of purchase to Ag Spray in the amount of $62,700 for the purchase of 5 10,000-gallon tanks for the shark quarantine and research facility, page 125. Mr. Alexopoulos, good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you. The shark quarantine is underway. It's construction. They're putting the steel is basically up right now, and the next phase is putting the walls, skinning the walls and roof. So we're at a point where any large items, filtration components that need to be in the building that can't fit through the roll-up door that is going to be present will need to go in before they get to the next step and close off the building. And the only components that we have identified that fit that description is these 5 water storage tanks, excuse me, and they're used to literally store water or mix salt water for they're non-living, so it's to support the tanks, the living tanks that'll be in that building, and they're approximately 12 foot in diameter and 12 foot tall. They're polyethylene plastic, and so that's basically what we're here for, and to order those tanks so we can get them in the building.
Kenny,
Sir.
what happens if we ever need to replace them?
Well, there's some repairing that can be done on them, but worst case scenario, basically you would cut the one up that is unrepairable, and then you would replace it with a custom fiberglass tank that would be built in place, which would cost a lot of money. But the ones that we have, I've been there for 22, 23 years, and we're still good. We could reuse those. The problem is because of the timing, we can't be down during this whole time without those tanks in the current building, so that's why. And also, in time, polyethylene can get brittle. Indoors like this, it can last a very, very long time because you don't have UV on it. If they were outdoors, they would be in question. But being inside in an air-conditioned environment, they probably outlast us all. So.
And Kenny, there we go. The bio towers are smaller then? You can
Yes.
bring those in through the door?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Alexopoulos on? Okay, Kenny, I was watching HGTV, not because I wanted to, but because it's part of being married. And they had to redo the entire door frame because they didn't plan, and they had to move something in, and they got it up to the door and had that weird moment. So thank you for thinking ahead. Sounds like
yeah.
we're going to deal with this problem again in 25 years.
Yeah.
When we figure out how to get a new one in. Maybe pull the roof off and drop a crane in.
Pretty much.
I'll be long gone and be your issue.
Yeah.
You'll be
just
pretty
like normal.
You'll be pretty grumpy by then.
Yeah.
If you and Ann are still around, then God, Lord knows.
That's okay. I'm used to building.
We'll
ships
invite Harvey and
bottles.
Matt back to watch and supervise the biggest debacle in the aquarium history.
Pretty
Okay.
much.
Okay, very well. All right. We need a motion for item 4.
I move for approval.
Second.
Thank you both. Proper motion is second. Item 4. Roll call, please.
Murray,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Montgomery,
Yes.
Chairbox.
Yes, sir. Item 5 is Resolution 92, a resolution amending the annual appropriations by $62,993.25 in the account number 909235392, also known as the JAA Operating Fund for Capital Improvements, Building and Improvements, for the fiscal year ending June 30th of 2025 to account for the purchase of previously mentioned water tanks for the new shark quarantine building, page 129. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you. Again, this is to cover the cost of those tanks, and due to the nature of it, we will be using fund balance for that.
Okay, very well. Any questions? The trustees. Mr.
Sorry,
Murray.
Chairman. On number 4, it said in the amount of 62.7. Was that a typo? Because this says 62.9.
Yes, sir. They 62.9, and I did change on some of the documents, but I must have missed that.
Okay, yeah, because on your request, it has for the AG spray, it says 62.9, but I guess on their actual quotation, it had 62.9, but then on here, on number 4, it says 62.7. So we awarded 62.9. I just want to make sure we awarded the right.
Yeah, the 62.7 quote was a few months old.
Okay,
So I got all new quotes, so that way we're updated.
so it's if you snooze, you lose type of thing then, so,
Yeah, I didn't want to have to come back.
no, gotcha, okay.
$200
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Anyone else? Resolution 92? Very well. We can entertain a motion, if you would, please.
Move to approve. Second.
Thank you both. We have a proper motion, second, approving Resolution 92. Let's vote, please.
Murray,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Montgomery,
Yes.
Chairbox.
Yes, sir. And anything on our staff report? Good evening again.
Hello again. So I was mentioning, kind of updating already about the shark quarantine construction. They also poured the mezzanine, the second floor concrete already. And like I was saying, the next step is they're going to start closing in the building. We had a tied the knot wedding bridal show on the 13th of this month, and we had 25 vendors. The next public event is Salsa Fest, August 31st from 2 to 5. And this is a pretty new event. We've only had a few of these, and every year it's been getting stronger and stronger. But we jumped off the charts this time, and we've had by far the most vendors are participating at 23, which is pretty impressive and exciting. So we're anticipating a pretty successful day with that. After that, we have Food Truck Frenzy on September 14th from 3 to 6 p.m. As far as the animal side, we have a new young octopus. We got him a little while ago, and he's doing great. Very friendly and outgoing and interactive animal. He's in our wet lab. The one on exhibit is gigantic and doing great, but the problem is he's gigantic, and that means he's probably going to be on his way out in the next, well, there's no telling because we don't know how old they are, but they only live 3 to 5 years. So at that size, he's definitely well within that range of age. So we always try to get a new octopus, anticipating that senescence. So that's where we're at right now, which is in a great place. It's wonderful to have an old octopus that's huge and doing well, and having a new one that's doing well to take its place. We also have new piranhas that we're going to be putting on exhibit soon. Right now, the team is sprucing up, getting ready to spruce up that exhibit before the new piranhas go in. Those guys are pushing 15 years old, and that's at the end of their expiration date as well. We're working on the team, the exhibits team is taking time right now to kind of revamp small exhibit inserts like the sea urchin tank, the piranha tank, and a few others. They're kind of working on small exhibits right now to just kind of polish them back up. They're also working on the Nat Geo wall. It's the Joel Sartori photo arc project that so many of our animals are in his books, and that's with with Nat Geo. And so we're doing a wall in the aquarium in the spine that has their logo, etc. We have permission to use it, and we're highlighting the photos right out of the book. So basically pages out of the book, and so the team's been working really hard with that, and it's going to be really it's going to be really beautiful, and it'll be in the spine area, and it gives us a lot of notoriety. They're also working on rebuilding a database for the animals, an up-to-date one. And I did a presentation that I did for the chamber. I did one yesterday here at City Hall for the South Tulsa Republican Women's Club. And I think that went well, and it was nice to talk to State Representative Sims. And that's what I have right now.
Thank you, Kenny.
Thank
Any
you.
questions or comments for Mr. Alexopoulos while we have him?
Not so much a question for him, but just want to acknowledge Dr. Money for coming to the chamber luncheon last month and speaking. It was a great presentation, so something to go with along with the Aquarium
Awesome.
and JAA, so thank you.
All right.
Also, we've had our first weekend since Outlet Mall has been open. It was a really strong weekend, but, you know, we're going to need to see a bunch more to really get an idea of a trend. I also think that we're probably going to see the most, you know, I think it's going to be most dramatic when we have some vacations, like whether it's a Labor Day or that kind of thing, or fall break, so we can get more out-of-town, you know, visitors that are going to do both instead of, you know, in town that are just simply going to go just check out the mall. So I think that's when we're going to see a bit, you know, our biggest spikes. But we had a very strong weekend.
Good. Does this juvenile octopus have a name yet?
No,
Do you ever name them?
we usually do not name.
Is there a reason why you don't?
Yeah, because,
'Cause you don't want them to die right
yeah, it's an
afterward?
yeah, we try. People get very attached, and a lot of emotions, human emotions. You know, that you basically humanize an animal, and so if anything happens to that animal, it can be a lot more impactful for people in a negative way. And you definitely don't want to do one that only lives 3 to 5 years. So something like the sea turtle, where it's a, you know, it's a long-lived, hardy animal. You know, you can hedge your bets pretty good that animal's going to be around a long time.
Yeah.
So.
Just thinking from a marketing fun perspective to
Yeah.
throw that out
Now,
there.
one
but-
thing we've done in the past is we've had our octopus pick, you know, who's going to win the Super Bowl or something like that. So, you know, we can do something like that.
So when will the new animal be big enough to?
Oh,
be on-
he can go in right now.
Oh.
We're just waiting for the other guy to try, you know,
Does the
to be done,
Does
you
number
know?
one know he's okay?
Yeah, you know, I
Yeah.
mean, I'm sure somebody's getting ready to replace me too. So, but, but, you know, but the thing is he's doing great right now. He's doing great, so. Oh, it was massive. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
throwing his bucket around, and he
Tell,
put it on a show.
Tell me he needs to live through Saturday night so he can watch a politician get chomped on by a bull.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Luckily, they go out kind of slow.
Yeah.
And we can usually kind of tell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they start looking like my dad, and
Okay,
they start
thanks,
going
Kenny.
slow, yeah.
I'm gonna use this.
I know, right?
All right.
So, but he's doing great.
Anything else for Kenny before he starts talking about his long line of relatives and using words like expiration inappropriately?
I know, right?
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, you guys know it's our last meeting with a couple of these gentlemen up here, so I'll go ahead and give the floor. We'll start off with you, Mr. Griffin. Any closing comments, remarks you'd like to leave for us?
No, not really. My time in context here was brief than the gentleman to my left, but it's been an honor to serve on this esteemed board.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Lastly, Mr. Harvey Rowe, the floor is yours, sir.
I've just created a couple of little things that I want to pass on as I move out from this position, but I've spent the last 40 years of my life with the Oklahoma Aquarium, and as I reflect on this journey, in serving as trustee of JAA from the beginning, I have many, many fond memories from the initial planning to the present, and those will be with me the rest of my life. I do want to say that I believe the structure that was designed, not because I had anything to do with it, but that was designed originally for JAA's creation continues to be effective. There's going to always be reasons to disagree, and I think the trustees will, in the current structure, will find solutions and make what is best for the aquarium the priority. And that, in my opinion, will allow us to provide a very impressive opportunity to all of our visitors so they can learn a little bit more about the importance of water and that it makes up 2/3 of our planet. I will encourage all the JAA trustees from now on to spend some time. I've thought about maybe suggesting you, if you're a trustee, you get a free pass anytime you want to go to the aquarium, but I don't want to raise any more shackles today. So, but I do think it's important, and just to walk around, and I was there just this last weekend, and I've seen all the exhibits, but just watching the people, from the smallest of kids to people in wheelchairs and very old people, that you just sense that it's amazing to them, and I think that's what we had hoped that would happen. We started out, I don't know, well, it's been more than 20 years because we've been open a little longer than that, but basically as a bunch of a field made up of dirt mounds that a BMX practice area was being used. It was not Jenks' best place to show off, but and I must admit, when we first looked at the property, I thought this isn't going to work, and thanks to Chester Cadjo's group from Quick Trip, they encouraged us it would work and it would be great, and we embraced that and took it further. But the positive impact that the Oklahoma Aquarium has provided our community, especially Jenks, has been very exciting. And being involved with the Oklahoma Aquarium for this long has provided a real source of pride for me, and I want to thank all the people that I've come in contact with, give them a big thanks for making this journey a fun one. So, appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Rowe. Closing comments, Mr. Murray, Mr. Montgomery, anybody like to say anything?
What little I have been in this position with the JAA, I have come to appreciate the people that have been around it and doing these things, because they are the backbone and have started, like Harvey said, and knows how all of this operates. And we're just here to try to continue and do the best we can to support Kenny and his staff and make sure that we have a place that you started. Keith was there and Matt's been there, and just to make sure that we do it, and we appreciate everything you've done.
Thank you.
I would agree. I've been here on JA for 7.5 years, and the only thing consistent has been the three of you. I started in that first seat, but I've always been looking at you to my left. So it's always been good knowing that the three of you are there, and I'm extremely happy that the two of you are not exiting at the same time. I think that would be a big challenge for us, losing all the continuity and the history. And frankly, I don't know how the heck Keith remembers every damn detail about everything that was said for the last 20 years. Sometimes it's really annoying, but I'm actually thankful for it, because it keeps us all on our toes. But thank you for your outstanding service. It's been an honor to serve with you. In the end, you mentioned the kids. They need to fall in love with the ocean so they grow up and protect it the way she does and the way he does and the way you have. And if that's been what we've accomplished, then we've met our goals. So thank you for that from our bottom of our hearts. It's been a pleasure to serve with you, and we'll be sad to see you go. And I think we're in good hands. And about a year from now, when you think you miss it, come on back and heckle us. And if you come back here wearing a tie, I'm gonna, I don't know what to say. Come back relaxed and let us know what you
I will
think.
not miss the drive.
All right, thank you, sir, it's been a pleasure. All right, if there's no last comments, we will go ahead and say the time is 5:30 PM, and we are adjourned. Thank you. Good evening and welcome back. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Jenks City Council. Today is Tuesday, August 20th of 2024. The time is 6 p.m. My name is Corey Box. I will be your chair for this evening and for the rest of the night through Jenks Public Works Authority. Let's go ahead and verify our attendance, if you would, please, Mr. Macy.
Emmons.
Here.
OJ. Murray.
Here.
Brown. Klein.
Present.
Short.
Here.
Mayor Bucks.
Here, so the record will reflect that we lack a supermajority this evening, so there will be an item on our agenda tonight that we will discuss. Unfortunately, we will not be able to act on it, but we will do the best we can. For tonight's invocation, we welcome back Pastor Tommy Davis from New Direction International right here on Main Street, and his incredibly handsome young son, who is still figuring out why there are so many people here. This is not what he's used to.
No, sir.
If you would, please stand us and let's honor God.
Thank you, Mayor Box and City Council, for allowing me to give the invocation tonight.
Yeah, we have co-workers that are not well, so if you keep them in prayer, it'd be much appreciated.
Absolutely. Father, we thank you for blessing us tonight to be here. Thank you, God, for the vision for our city that you've given to our leaders. Father, we lift up those that are not here that are sick. And we pray, God, that you would just continue to heal, that you would continue to touch their bodies, that you would restore them completely. I pray, God, for an expeditious healing. I pray, God, that they heal quickly and, God, that they heal and get a full recovery. May they heal quickly and may their recovery be full. We thank you, God, for your healing power. Bless this meeting tonight. May it be all that you have it to be. And we thank you, God, for every leader you've given to us in this city. Thank you for the vision they continue to have to move Jenks forward. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. New guy, lead us in the pledge to that flag, if you would, please, sir. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, sir. Is this part of your initiation? Okay. Yeah, let's read it from that. Okay, we have a unique opportunity tonight to do a proclamation for a very special Jenks resident who has achieved a significant milestone. So without further ado, I will read this and we will introduce our guest. City of Jenks, Oklahoma, Proclamation, Sophia Griffin Day. Whereas Sophia Griffin was born on August 17th, 1924, and turned 100 years old this year. And Mrs. Griffin is the daughter of Ethan Perishkova Filkov, who is an immigrant from Bulgaria, and Marion May Boone, a direct descendant of Squire Boone, Daniel Boone's brother. And whereas she graduated from Jenks High School in 1942 and is the oldest living graduate of the school. She married Ray Arthur Griffin on April 15th of 1948. They were married 49 years and raised two sons, David Ray and Rex Edward. They have 5 grandchildren and 7 great-grandchildren. She worked in the Douglas Aircraft Bomber Plant in Tulsa from 1943 to 1948, building B-24 bombers during World War II. She also worked at the Brown Airport located at 51st and Sheridan. And Mrs. Griffin retired from the U.S. Postal Inspection Service in 1984 after 23 years of service. Mrs. Griffin has enjoyed traveling to several countries in most of the United States. She found great pleasure square dancing with her husband through the years, and in retirement joined the Tumbleweed Square Dance Club. She was also a member of the Jenks Senior Citizens Organization. Therefore, I, Corey Box, Mayor of the City of Jenks, do hereby proclaim tomorrow, August 21st of 2024, in the City of Jenks as Sophia Griffin Day. If we could give some applause for that young lady in the back of the room. a few words, or maybe you, Sophia. The floor is yours.
There were 1,100 residents in the city of Jenks. So we have grown and grown and grown, and look at us. I have enjoyed, I've been a resident, lifelong resident of the city, and my children, actually, and grandchildren. And it's been a good experience, lifelong experience, and I've got friends. I'm pretty sick. They're all gone. Needless to say, and thank you very much for having me. Very kind of you. Thank you, sir. Very welcome.
This is for you, and this is a small token. This is the mayor's coin of Jenks. It does not represent me. It represents all the core values and the traditions and the milestones that make our city great. And I guess nobody knows more about that than you. So we appreciate you being here tonight, making us be a part of this. In this small way, we want to honor you. Thank you. Thank you. And we have a dog for you here. If you're in a good mood, we have a party gift for you. And Mrs. Griffin, that really was the only fun part, so I don't blame you if you leave. It's understandable. All right, thank you so much for indulging us. We have a animal welfare spotlight this evening. Good evening, Captain. What do you have for us?
This is Summit. We've got a 3 to 4 month old Great Pyrenees mix that was found running at large. No orders found, so now up for adoption. As always, we have waived adoption fees. If anybody's interested in Summit or any of their other adoptable friends, they can visit the Pet Finder under the Jenks Animal Welfare, the Jenks Animal Welfare Facebook page, or call the police department at 918-299-6311.
Could you get Summit to hold still long enough to look at all the adoring fans? Never mind the camera that's back there again. Put him in that camera. And tell Summit that being at large without a leash is a violation of our ordinances, so and don't do it again.
We locked him up.
All right. Is he a good dog?
He's a great dog. He gets along with other
Yeah.
dogs in the pound. We've got another puppy that he's been playing with pretty good.
Okay.
So he gets along with other dogs.
Well,
Unknown on cats.
well, work the audience. There's a guy here who's got a lot of raw property. Maybe he can take him on, right, Mr. Cosworth? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, you need somebody to round them horses up, right? Summit's up for the job. Thank you, Captain. Appreciate you, sir. All right, we're going to introduce some new employees, and then we will get underway for public comment. Who's first? Who we got?
I can introduce our new
Yeah.
Chief Financial Officer. We have David Sims is the new Chief Financial Officer for the City of Jenks and its affiliates. He has over 28 years' experience in accounting in various industries, including oil and gas and higher education and public accounting. David is a graduate of both Northeastern State University with a Master's of Accounting and Financial Analysis and Oklahoma State University with a Bachelor of Science degree in Accounting. During his career, David obtained his Certified Public Accounting license. He is married to his wonderful wife, Michelle, and they have 2 boys, Vince and John, age 19 and 18 respectively. And we're happy to have David join us. So thank you, David.
Welcome, Mr. Sims. We don't even make you stand up, David. We know it's been rough. All right, Chief, any introductions for us tonight, sir?
Yes.
All right, welcome.
Mayor, members of council, I would like to introduce you to two of our new hires. One of them, Garrett Compton, if Garrett will stand up, comes from us from the Lakewood, Colorado Police Department. He was there for 6 years, so he's an experienced officer. We've tried to get him to go full-time here, but he wants to be an airline pilot, and so we took him as a reserve officer, and we're happy to have him. The other one is Hayden Martin. Hayden has been a dispatcher for us for a little over a year. Hayden comes to us from the Air Force. He got back from a deployment in July, and we put him to work as a full-time police officer when he got back. Both of these guys are very professional, and except for the mustache, we hope they'll be here with us for many years. So,
Welcome, gentlemen.
and we'll have some more
Appreciate
for
you.
you at the next meeting.
All right, anyone else? Chief Ostrom, good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I also have some introductions to do today. I'll just kind of walk through them real quick and have them stand up. Starting with, first of all, this is our hiring from our SAFER grant. So we were able to add 7 full-time guys right away, and we actually have 2 more offers pending right now for 2 of our volunteers that actually went through the academy as well. So all of these gentlemen have passed the academy, which is a 10-week program. And just want to thank the council. And as you can see, with new police officers, new firefighters, we thank you guys for your commitment to public safety, and it's very much appreciated on both sides. So, first off, we have Jeff Abbott. Next, we have Cale Aragon. And we have Matthew Chapman in the back. Gabe Neely. He's also in the back. And then we have Reese Mercer.
Wait, hold on. Do you insist that these guys have mustaches, or what's the deal? I mean,
Well, as part of the academy, they told me they all have mustaches or none. They chose all, so that's the way they
Okay.
currently look right now. Except for Cash. We'll have Cash Wall stand up.
good job,
He lost
Cash.
his. And then we have Bryson Williams. And then our 2 volunteers that have pending offers right now, we have Griffin Rhodes, who's also joining us, and we have Justice Bobo. So then, and we also had 3 other volunteers that weren't here tonight that made it through the academy as well. So all of the volunteers actually attended the academy on their own time and came in and did the work for 10 straight weeks. So we appreciate them, and hope you guys get a chance afterwards to say hi to
Yeah.
them. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, gentlemen. And I wouldn't hold it against you if you don't stick around for the night. We can reach at any point. So if you got to get going, we totally understand, unless your chief told you to stay. All right, very well. We'll go ahead and open the floor. It's called citizen comments or public comments. If you'd like to address the council on anything that is not on tonight's agenda, we welcome you to do so. We ask that you introduce us with your full name, your address, and we ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes if you would, please. Good evening.
Hi.
Feel free to yank that thing down. There you go.
My name's Charlotte Kennedy. I live at 322 South 6th, Jenks. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Absolutely.
I've already sent an email to Councilor Emmons. Recently, it's been suggested by several on social media that Beaver Street be used as an alternate route to the mall. Mary Crosland, many know her as a loved and respected member of the community. In her area, they have experienced many cars that are using driveways as a turnaround. Some have taken to putting orange cones in their driveways to deter this. Beaver Street's no exception. I've witnessed cars turning into our neighborhood and using driveways to turn around and go toward the mall. This is only the beginning. As more is developed along the River District, there will be more traffic and more traffic issues. Beaver Street is in Sanco Edition, the first addition to the city of Jenks. It's a neighborhood where we live and make our homes. In our neighborhood, I see mothers strolling their babies, children riding their bikes, families going for walks, children getting on and off the school bus and walk into their home. One couple comes to mind who has a disabled child and can't ride a bike. So they pull her behind them on their bike. Our neighborhood is just like many others. If Beaver Street is allowed to become a thoroughfare to the mall, it could be a disastrous at worst, and at least make it unlivable. I've lived on the corner in all but one of my homes I've owned. When people stop at a corner, some will use that opportunity to throw out trash. Trash doesn't belong in anybody's yard or neighborhood. I realize our neighborhood is older, and some wish it gone, but it's where we make our home, and many of us like it there. I would please ask your help in heading off a problem. Please consider speed bumps or signs and try to deter this. I know you've placed speed bumps in other neighborhoods. Can we start a dialogue and address this?
Thank you, Mrs. Kennedy, and yeah, we can easily have a dialogue, and I would encourage you to get a hold of Mr. Brown when he's healthy again, and we'll be happy to meet. Thank you. Anyone else?
If I could approach.
Yes, ma'am.
I just went in a couple maps. I apologize, I didn't print enough for everyone.
Is this related to an item on tonight's agenda?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and wait till we get to the agenda item if we could.
Okay, I apologize.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. No problem. Anyone else? Any item not on tonight's agenda? Good evening, Mrs. Lynn. How are you?
I am doing good, Mayor. Thank you very much. Good evening, Councilor Emmons, Chris Strout, Mayor. Hi, Brendan, Councilor Murray, Short, and Klein. Teresa, I'm Marseille. I come before you to kind of go along with what Charla was talking about in regard to traffic down there. But I want to share a text. Actually, Mayor, it's a text that you and I had, and I think it's information that council, in considering addressing traffic issues down there, not only on Beaver Street, but First Street and 7th Street. So I need to expand it from there. I received this text. Let me start at the top. My neighbor called me and shared with me some issues that they witnessed on First Street. Dangerous issues, not just issues. I gave them the mayor's number because he's always been given the citizen's number, because Mr. Shrout and I had talked about traffic issues for a long time down there. And so I'm going to read the text to you, because I think it ties all this together and gives you a witness of what's happened down there. That's a neighbor of mine, and he is there. I'm not going to call his name. I'm going to do my best to read this and redact the name out of it. And it starts out, "Good morning, Kay. I'm going to copy you on a message from likely neighbor. Wanted to get your thoughts." And my response is, if it was from, I sent him your information. Okay, do you agree with his request? And here is the request that went forth to the mayor. It says, "Mayor, this is, hope you remember me," and then he gives his 2 positions in life. "Would like to ask your help in getting speed bumps between Beaver and Comanche on First Street. There is no way you guys can afford an officer to sit there all the time. I do think the PD, for the presence lately, it's been proven that one speed bump can do same in 24 hours as one officer without writing tickets. And let the officers work the city in other ways." By the way, I lived at since 1970. Thanks for the job you're doing. My question back to the mayor was, is it about speed bumps? He asked, Mayor Box asked me, says, do you agree with him? I said, yes, I totally agree with Kent. I have both, we both have talked to Jason. They do not have the manpower to sit and wait for something to happen, as Kent said. I tried to get Mr. Shrout in the past to put down some speed bumps. His response to me was, I don't like speed bumps. And that was the end of the conversation. We desperately need some kind of traffic control in this area. Thanks for looking into it. Mayor's response. Speed bumps tend to be frowned upon by lots of people, depending on what kind of cars they have. You really think this would go over well with the neighbors? And we both know how fire department and IMSA hate them. If the only solution that seems, this is me talking now, if the only solution that seems to be available to us, I'm not a fan of them either, but if a person is not speeding, what is the problem? As for emergency personnel, there are other routes besides First Street and Beaver Street in the area. This is my neighbor. The other day, 2 cars were racing side by side down First Street, 2 teenagers. Okay, I will start conversation. Thank the neighbors. Perhaps we should consider removable ones as a 6-month trial. Yes, and another neighbor's name. I think removable ones is a good idea. My recommendation is one on Beaver between 3rd and 1st, Aquarium Place, Comanche Duncan. That's my wish list. We'll take what we get, hopefully get, and thank you. So this dialogue did happen, and I've had a dialogue, I couldn't tell you how many years now, regarding speed issues and with them all, because we're right in the middle. This has exacerbated the problem. And all we're asking for, because when you go from the railroad tracks to 7th Street, there's not even a speed limit sign. None. When you go from Elm west to the railroad tracks, there's 3 speed limit signs plus children playing. We have none of that, just to even make citizens aware. Do we have roll-through stop, people that don't stop? Absolutely. You know, there's even divots on the other side of the railroad track where people have went over the ramp. They're there. They've been there. You know, they keep making them. So that's all that we're asking you down there in our neighborhood is pay attention. What can you do to help us? I have thought this through and had conversations time and time again. And what other alternative do we have besides speed bumps? That's my question to y'all. We're open. As Charla said, start some dialogue with us. You know, I've been trying to dialogue this for a long time, and now we got the mall traffic. And I want to commend Chief Ostrom. I want to commend, sorry, Jason, Chief Jackson for the wonderful time they did, because we saw them and we could see and they used Beaver, which is fine for emergency and our first responders to use Beaver going down the street. And they did a great job going through our neighborhood, going around the traffic. So kudos to both of them and all of their staff. And I thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you, Ms. Lynn. Thank you. Anyone else? Last call. Thank you. Chair is closing the floor to public comment. We will move on with tonight's agenda. Starting with item number 1, which is the consideration and appropriate action relating to tonight's consent agenda. If any council member would like to consider removing one of the items for further discussion, you may do so now.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull item G
Very well.
for discussion.
Anyone else? Okay, so we are going to pull item G. If somebody could make a motion appropriately, that would be appreciated, please.
Make a motion to approve less item G.
Second.
Thank you both. We have a proper motion and a second to approve our consent agenda. Let's vote, please.
Emmons.
Yes.
Murray. Yes. Klein.
Yes.
Short.
Yes.
Mayor Box.
Yes, moving on to item 2. Item G, so we made a decision to go ahead and pull this. This is an annual audit report. We believe wholeheartedly that this is something we should at least address with the public. You guys are always welcome to have a copy if you can stomach reading these things.
It goes online.
Pardon me?
It goes on our website.
Yeah, they are online. But our city manager is a former auditor extraordinaire, so he's going to give us, weren't you extraordinary? Yeah, he's extraordinary. So he's going to kind of give us a quick overview and summary of the recent report. Mr. Shrout.
Mayor and all members of council, our audit report found that our statement of net position, which is assets minus liabilities, was 170 million this year. If you go back, say 4 years, it was 127 million. In fiscal year 21, it was 138 million. In fiscal year 22, it was 150 million. And so in the last 4 years, we've had a 32% increase in our net position. And why that's important is that affects our ability to borrow money, that affects our ability to get projects done, to fund projects, that affects interest rates that we have when funding projects. Our capital assets have gone from 97 million in fiscal year 20 to 136 million in fiscal year 23. That's a 40% increase. We issued debt in fiscal year 2021. We had the revenue, or the GEO bond for South Elm Street, which was 20.5 million. And since then, we've reduced that debt by over 9%. And then our sales and use tax last year was $3.4 million. That's an increase of 41% over fiscal year 20. So we continue to strengthen our financial standing, and I think that, we're going to have discussions about this later in the meeting, but we're doing well, and I think that with the mall and all the other development, we're going to continue to strengthen our financial position.
Thank you, Mr. Shrout. Any questions from council?
I don't have a question. I have a couple of thoughts and
Yes, sir.
comments. I, as being in the banking industry my entire career, one thing I always like to look at is cash flow and what revenues versus expenses look like. Just point out a few things. Year over year, our revenue as a city grew 19%. Our expenses grew 9%. So our net position, in my world, net income grew by 10%. I think that's a spectacular number given the size of the community. I think, given what everyone knows is a significant revenue increase coming, I'm very pleased with where our cash flow is at and going to be, and that allows us, like Mr. Schrott said, to borrow at extremely favorable rates for any project that we need. I think our cash position, our investment position is extraordinary. We have a lot of projects to do. We have to have a lot of cash and a lot of income to fund and pay that debt service. But in my estimation, and why I wanted to pull this, is to make very public my opinion of the city's finances. And I think that this city is in tremendous shape and is really going towards even better. So I'm very much looking forward to the next few fiscal years and see the improvement that we're going to have in our financial picture. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Short. And I think from a highest level perspective, the greatest thing we can do as your elected leaders is make decisions that do no harm, grow our wealth, because this is our money, And if we can do that and we can self-fund projects without the help of the federal government or the state government, then we can move things along much faster than we've ever been able to do. I said this recently on social media. You are right. The accusation that we are proactive, you're not wrong. But I don't know anybody that is. We are reactive because we need the help financially to move projects along. My hope is that the actions that we take in the time that we are stewards of this city is that we set the city up for the next 50 years. This guy's always talking about every decision we make. How does it affect us 50 years? What are my grandkids going to think about what we did with the opportunity we had here? And primarily, everything we do as we grow the wealth of our economy is so that we can keep your taxes at or below where they currently are. There's no reason for us to pay this much tax. And I think everybody would agree that's a smart goal. So thank you for that. And as Mr. Macy said, if you want to read this audit in its entirety, it will be available, or maybe it is already on our website. Thank you so much. Close the floor to council, and we need a motion to move on with letter G of item 1.
Motion to move on with number 2, which was G, discussion.
Second.
Okay, proper motion is second on item G. Let's vote, please.
Emmons,
Yes.
Murray,
Yes.
Klein,
Yes.
Short,
Yes.
Mayor Box.
Yes. Item 3 is Ordinance 1647 related to JZ 24 PUD or Planned Unit Development 149. It's a request by Tanner Consulting for a zone change from agriculture to RS3, which is residential single family. With the Planned Unit Development Overlay District, the general location of this project is 131st Street in Harvard, repealing all ordinances or parts thereof in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and declaring an emergency. How many times do I have to read that tonight? Not too many. Good. We are on page 266 if you are following along, and we welcome for the first time this evening our city planner, Mrs. Marcy Hilton. Good evening, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor Box, council, and staff. So this item was originally to be heard on the July 2nd City Council meeting, and here we are on August 20th having our public hearing. So Planning Commission approved this item with conditions June 20th at the public hearing, which was the regularly scheduled meeting. The approval was 6-1. And I did paraphrase the approval. It says each home required to have a 2-car garage and a maximum of 60% of the lots to be 40 foot and a dedicated shelter bus stop. So during that hearing, the applicant had submitted a request for 3 types of lots or 3 sizes of lots with different house types. One of those lots was 30 foot. During that hearing, they withdrew the 30-foot lot request. So what's before you tonight is a little bit different application than what Planning Commission originally heard. One of the questions that bounced around was how many garages. So when it was originally 30 foot, they said 1-car garage. The application before you tonight is for a 2-car garage, a minimum of 40-foot lots and 50-foot lots. So I'll try to go through it. I will also say that my staff report does not match exactly what the PUD looks like, and that's because at the time I wrote the staff report, it was accurate, and then they updated it and made some changes. I was out of town. I did not amend it. So you have the correct PUD, and I'll try to highlight to you the things that I did not update. So you can either mark them yourself or just ignore them, and we can go straight to the PUD. During up to the Planning Commission hearing, I think staff had 1 call on the item just before the Planning Commission, we started getting in at the time of the report, I should say. So my reports go out sometimes a week. The Planning Commission has earnestly asked me to get them their staff agenda on the Friday before the Thursday meeting. Sometimes it's Monday, and occasionally it's even later. But in this case, I had had the agenda together, so the calls that came in were after the agenda was already put together. So at the time of the original staff report, I'd had 1 call. between the time I wrote the staff report and Planning Commission, we began to get emails, a lot of them from Providence Hills. They have a very active HOA. They were able to share the information very quickly and got a good response from their neighbors. I think we were able to get, maybe some of our counselors were able to go and meet with the Providence Hills HOA in advance. I can't remember if it was in advance of the Planning Commission meeting or just in advance of the council meeting. So, on page 268, well, on 267, it lists the people who spoke at the Planning Commission meetings. And a lot of their comments were concerned for the school and the size of the classrooms, safety. There was some conversation about, are these starter homes, are they not starter homes? Is a $250,000 home a starter home? It wasn't when I was out of college, but maybe it is now. It's not the degree I got. So there were other comments about infrastructure, transportation, building materials, size of lots, and the impact of the lots on other people's property values. So when I go through an application, my first set of criteria is to look at the comprehensive plan, and then the second criteria is to look at the Unified Development Ordinance. So that's what I evaluate. Then I always prepare a little chart, which I'll show you in just a little bit, that kind of tells the details. So this is what the code says, this is what they are requesting. This is what the code says, this is what they are requesting. And I try to highlight those changes, honestly, because someday I will not be here, and some planner's gonna need to look at that and know what was approved, and it's a whole lot easier if the planner at that time created a little chart for them to look at. So that's my experience. It's very hard to go through lots of pages of staff reports and try to figure out what was approved. So on page 268, this is detached residential. They have active and passive recreation. Currently it is zoned ag. This property has been under the same ownership as is many of the hundreds of acres in that area by the Rowe family. They've owned it for maybe over 100 years. It's a family property. They have farmed it. They are raising farmers. The city of Jenks is probably no longer the best place for them to farm. It's, maybe if you live in that area, you've been behind a tractor and didn't really appreciate being behind a tractor, trying to get to where they needed to go. So it's been very challenging for them as farmers to stay in this area, and I'm sure it's very challenging for the residents who live there. So that being said, they are in the market to sell their property. What we're talking about here, in this case, is about 72 acres. Currently is unplatted. It's in the Bixby school systems. And I always make a note that what the city can enforce is what comes through either the Unified Development Ordinance, the municipal code, or that's really about it. Outside of that, if there are HOA rules or you have some private covenants between a neighborhood, that's enforced outside of the city. That's a private contract, that's a private enforcement. So we can't come in and enforce your rule of 3 people on a trampoline. That was my rule in my home, so it wasn't very popular. But we don't enforce those private covenants. So I always try to make that statement, just so that people know. This is in District 5. In the PUD, they have about 18 acres of reserve. So this is open space, et cetera. And I kind of highlighted on page 269, the number of proposed lots went from the original 370 to 332. So that's one of the areas where you can make a mark that changed when they revised it. And then the dwelling unit, the lot sizes are 40 and 50 feet. Excuse me. And the PUD allows for a maximum of 4.6 dwelling units per acre per their calculations. So if you look on page 270, this is the chart that I try to have in my staff reports. It comes straight out of the code. So the first column tells you these are residential district bulk and dimensional standards. So when we updated our code in 2022, we said this is reasonable for an RS3 zoning. The Halcyon Levine was the consultant that we hired at the time, and they went through and did an analysis of what we had built in the city of Jenks, and they said, based on your analysis for RS1, RS2, and RS3, we recommend that you adopt a 5,000 square foot lot for an RS3, the dwelling unit per lot area 5,000 square feet with a lot width of 45. So in this case, they were asking for a deviation from that. So this is where the chart tells you they're doing a PUD, they can't meet all the elements of the code, so they're gonna ask for some exceptions. So one of the exception is a 4,500 square foot lot area. And they're asking for 60% of their lots to be 40 feet. So 60% of their lots would not meet an RS3 zoning. And then the 40% would exceed an RS3 zoning because it would only be required to have 5,000 and they're proposing 5,500. And that's the same with the lot width. 40% 60% of the lots would not meet the RS3 requirement of a 45-foot lot. And then 40% of the lots would be at 50, which would exceed the RS3 zoning. And then in their impervious surface coverage, they actually require 55%. So that one says 70, and you can change that to 55. I believe the rest was the same. So you'll also see kind of the staff evaluation, and then I went through and straight from the UDO on page 271 and 1698 talks about a planned unit development. And in the planned unit development, it says this is what's required. And anytime someone does a development greater than 20 acres and it's a residential subdivision, we require them to do a planned unit development. So that's what triggered this whole process. And I just went through, and in blue, you can see where I responded to some of the things that are required in the PUD process. And that continues. On page 275, talks about staff comments and conditions. So one of the big things when we, in 2022, when we adopted the Unified Development Ordinance, we had multiple citizens that said, hey, when we walk through our neighborhoods, there are cars blocking the sidewalk. So one of the ways that we looked to alleviate that was to require a 25-foot setback from the sidewalk. And even most SUVs, even if you had two, you should be able to miss the sidewalk. Unless you have a third child, then I don't know what to tell you. But generally speaking, that is a requirement, and they will meet that. They asked for an exception on sidewalks. So internally, they asked to do 4 feet on both sides. We generally require 5 feet. They said along the perimeter, they would do 5 feet, but internally, they're asking for 4 feet. Street trees, I believe they are exceeding that. I had put in there two bus stops. It looks like that they put in their PUD, and in the motion, one was acceptable. And I'll let them address that. I thought we had agreed on 2, but I could be wrong because my motion stated that it was 1. If you look at page 276, I've highlighted in blue, and 16-8-7, a traffic impact analysis is required. And I say that it's required, but it wouldn't be until the future. So generally speaking, we never did this in the past. So Yorktown with 600, 700 homes, Providence Hills with hundreds and hundreds of homes, none of them ever did a traffic study. So when we updated the UDO, we said if you have more than 150 peak hour traffic impact, then you have to do a study. That's not done until after they find out if they can build a home. So you would not see that tonight. It could impact their site design, et cetera, because they may have to make a decel lane or something like that. So on page 278 starts their actual PUD. This is called River Falls, and it's located at 131st and Harvard on the southeast corner. I will say, there were a few people that had mentioned they would not be present this evening. And one was a developer who had developed in the area, and he wanted to note that he had concerns. So now it is noted. On page 281, I'm not going to go through this because I'm going to let the applicant, but I will point out some things that they added since our last hearing that was at Planning Commission. Basically, everything you see 1 through 9 or 1 through 15, they went through and kind of expounded on their thoughts and what they put in. So I was trying to see. Okay, on comprehensive plan alignment, it shows you what their maximum dwelling units per acre is, and then it has all the compatibility on number 12 with adjacent land uses. It talks about the dwelling units per acre for properties adjacent to them, or in the general area. They're not all exactly adjacent. If you look on page 283, this is their conceptual site plan. And they're going to show you where they're going to have a split rail post and chain link fence. And I think they have an explanation for the why behind that. It has to do with their vision of passive recreation for families, et cetera. And then 6-foot fence that would be provided along the arterials by the developer. Then they, on 284, kind of gave you a conceptual amenity plan and split that out for you. So this is what you would see up in that top right corner, which is adjacent to the Kimberly-Clark right-of-way there. Then they did it again on page 285. If you look at page 286, this is very similar to the chart that I gave you, but it's their own standards. Again, note that the number of lots differs from what was in the original PUD because they, at 40 feet and 50 feet, they can only do 335. That would be the max. And their impervious surface coverage. Those are the two that I am familiar with. The property, like I said, is ag. It would be rezoned to RS3 if you approve this request with this overlay district of PUD 149. Planning Commission did recommend approval, and I don't have any other comments or anything at this time, but I am happy to try and answer any questions. If it's specific to the project and not zoning or land use, I may defer to the developer.
Thank you, Mrs. Hilton. Let me start and then, so you said in the UDO that traffic study is required, but it's done after the fact.
Yes, sir.
Help me make sense of that in my head. What if the consequences are negative? Why do we do that?
It's just like water and sewer. I've seen many, many times zoning get approved. So tonight is a land use question. Is it acceptable to do houses? If it is the number acceptable? Is the lot, site, the bulk and area dimensions acceptable? If it turns out that you have a great plan and it gets approved, and at the end of the day, you can't provide sewer to the site, you don't build it. You don't get to build it. I've seen it happen over and over. Projects get approved, but it doesn't happen. And the same thing could happen with a traffic study. Right now, this is their plan, and they want to move forward if you approve it, but it may turn out that the traffic study says you're going to have to widen the intersection, put in a light. It may not be beneficial to them to move forward.
So the answer is because tonight is just our first pass at land use, it wouldn't make sense for them to do the traffic study and pay for that if they don't get the land use approved first.
Correct.
So is it safe to say that before we see them again, is that when the traffic study gets ordered? Who orders it and who ensures that it happens?
I ensure that it
Okay.
happens.
And what are the results of a traffic study? Are they green, red, yellow, maybe so, not so great? What are the typical results that would give you and staff to say there's a negative consequence, what does it look like?
So the report could come back with a level of service, and then staff would have to decide if that was acceptable or not. And then it would come back with recommendations on what would be required if this level of service was not acceptable. And then it would be up to staff to implement that with the developer.
Very well. Do we have any subdivisions anywhere in the community that you know of that have 4-foot sidewalks and only one bus stop?
Most of them have no bus stop. Hickory
Creek?
is the only one that has done that.
Yeah.
And I'd say the majority of them, a lot of them don't have sidewalks.
Oh, yeah.
Not a majority.
Talking about newer post-UDO subdivisions?
No, they all have sidewalks.
Okay.
And I can't speak to the size.
Yeah.
I'd say most of them are 5 feet. We do require sidewalks.
Yeah, I was just curious as to, it's been a while since I've heard anybody ask to reduce the size.
Occasionally, if you're doing more like an estate-size development, they'll ask to do sidewalks on one side only. Or if you're doing, we have a project coming up that they're gonna ask for sidewalks on one side only. So it's
Okay.
something that can be discussed, doesn't have to be approved, it's a request.
Okay. Do you know if there's any 2-story homes in the plan, in the inventory? Because I noticed it
They
says
have 2-story homes available.
there's a 100% masonry requirement to the first floor plate. So does that imply that there's a 0% masonry requirement above the first floor plate?
It could, it does,
Okay.
but we don't allow vinyl siding or other things, so it would still be a quality material.
Okay. Good, good, good. All right, Mr. Emmons, normally I look to my right and I let the floor, I start with you, but you're the Lone Ranger over there, and I feel bad for you. So we're going to go ahead and yield to the left of the side of the room today. If anyone wants to start the discussion, you may. Mr. Short.
Ms. Hilton, so as I understand it, one of the primary deviations is the 40-foot lot, the maximum 4,500.
Yes, sir.
Square feet. So I believe you did some research for us. The proximity in the surrounding neighborhoods are all, from my understanding, greater than 52 feet, really. Is that still a fair assessment?
That's pretty close, I would say.
So, in other words, all of the additions surrounding this virgin tract of land are all greater than 52 feet.
Let me look really quickly for you.
I just
One
went
thing.
through my notes really fast, but it looks to me like the surrounding, so my
Yeah.
point kind of is, I don't know from a proximity perspective that the 40-foot lot, 4,500 square feet is comparable to everything around it. And so that's to me is one of the big question marks I've got of
Sure.
why would we want to deviate when this is the last piece and everything around it is being developed out at a much larger standard than what's being presented? Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So Providence Hills looks bigger, and the space between the homes looks greater, giving us the, well, illusion's the wrong word, but the reality of it,
It
more
is bigger,
spacing,
though.
correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Short, for Mrs. Hilton? We can
I'll
come
get
back.
back to you.
We're going to take a couple cracks at this. Mr. Klein, your mic's on. How are you, sir?
Very good. So on the school district for this potential development, it is all in Bixby School District, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I see a lot of the discussion involved issues regarding schools. Those were the,
That's right.
a lot of the people. They're all aware that this is Bixby School District? That's what they're worried about, is the overcrowding of Bixby School District?
Yes,
Do we
sir.
have anyone representing Bixby Schools give us any data or anything to go off of, other than just citizen opinion on overcrowding?
Nobody contacted me directly. I can respond to, I have an email from 2022 where Jenks was updating they were doing their projections for their school year. And I know when I worked previously for the city of Bixby, the school district's consultants contact the planning office, and they look at the comprehensive land use map. So they know in advance what the numbers and the projections are gonna be.
Yeah, it'd be great to hear from Bixby where they could confirm, oh, yes, we're terribly overcrowded, or, no, as a matter of fact, here comes a new school, or, you know, just so we get a good forecast from them, it'd be great.
Mr. Klein, the vice mayor and I did meet with the Providence Hills HOA. It's Mr. Miller, Rob, Mr. Miller was there. He and I kind of had a joke afterwards, and I'm thinking, I'm glad they're going to Bixby, not Jenks, but, you know, it is what it is. I think it didn't matter what superintendent was there. The schools are 28 plus, you know this better than anybody in the room, per classroom. I don't think Mr. Miller painted a dire picture, but I will actually let the HOA, I'm sure somebody will speak who was there that night, if you'd like to, and he can recall the story better than I do, but I have a funny feeling there won't be a new building in the Bixby public school system until about 2028, so.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah, so, but I think we might get an answer to the question from the public.
Okay, great, thank you.
Because I don't want to get involved in the Bixby public school system. I don't want any part of that.
Mr. Mayor, I remembered one
Go ahead, yeah. We'll keep
Go
this
ahead.
open.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we can kind of keep the dialogue going. Don't worry about interrupting, just.
I was just going to
Go ahead.
piggyback on the Providence Hills. I mean, this would definitely be more dense than Providence Hills and the surrounding communities. It doesn't, it's not an illusion that it would look like that. It actually would be.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the choice of words. I didn't mean to use the word illusion, but yeah, you're right. So, so just for the fact, Ms. Hilton, 60% of these lots are 40 feet or 40 foot, and we don't have that anywhere. Okay, so these standards are not meeting the RS3, which is the most dense standard that we have. That's why we have a PUD.
There's a couple of small developments in Jenks that have less than 50-foot
Okay,
lots.
yeah.
In that, adjacent to this project, no. So you are correct.
Okay.
Adjacent to this project, that is correct.
And I think I've driven this whole city. There's not too much out there that's,
There's
yeah.
about, at the time of the memo that came from Halcyon Levine, there's probably about 900 lots that are less than 50 feet.
So we have this data.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. How accessible is it? You have it at your fingertips?
Yeah.
Oh, good to know.
I think the key issue is the proximity.
Yeah,
You
I
know, if we have something on the other side of town or on the other side of Highway 75, it's going to be a different analysis.
Sure.
My other issue I would like to visit with you, Ms. Hilton. In this PUD, there's no, my understanding is there's no, outside of maybe some playground equipment, no pool amenity, no pool house amenity. Is that,
Yes, sir.
I'm not seeing that inside the plat.
What they presented is a playground, and you saw the image, and what I call passive recreation. So they have dedicated active and dedicated passive
Okay,
recreation.
we'll let somebody else explain passive recreation. I don't know what that is. Can you confirm, well, can we go back and forth?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you, sorry, we don't usually do this, but can you confirm what's the distance between the garage door and the road? Is that
It's the
greater
front
than or
yard
less
set-
than to what we normally would consider?
It's the same.
It's the same, good.
That's at 20.
Garage is 25 feet.
Okay, so just the same as everywhere else, okay. And we do believe that that's still enough room for 2 cars in today's world with the sidewalk?
Yes, that's what we allow.
Okay.
And that was with much debate.
That is a very pleasant ringtone, by the way. All right, anyone else? Mr.
My
Short?
time is up.
Mr. Emmons, any thoughts? You don't have to just because I'm asking. Craig? Coach?
I think I'm going to wait till after hearing some more.
Very
from-
well. Mrs. Hilton, please take a break. We would like to, at this point, we're going to close the floor to council. We're going to introduce the applicant. And after the applicant has been introduced, we will move on to the public. We may go back to the applicant for a rebuttal because that's only fair, and then maybe we go back to council. We haven't had a long council meeting in a long time, so we're ready for one. Thank you, ma'am. Hey, Captain Martinez, if the alarm goes off tonight, how many of you are leaving? Okay. Anybody want to take a bet how long those guys are standing in the back of the room? Let's pray that they don't have to leave, right? Good. All right. Because if you do, I'm coming with you. All right. All right. Thanks,
I'll
Joan.
probably go too, if that's okay.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. My name is Megan Pasco. I am a civil engineer at Tanner Consulting. I'm here with Zach Roach of Roush Coleman Homes. You're going to be hearing from both of us tonight. I want to start by saying I wish we had Marseille and Brandon in every city. I so appreciate how detailed you went through everything. It makes my job a little easier. And regardless of what happens tonight, I will be back in Jenks probably this weekend to go to the Alamo. Very excited.
Yeah, just count, don't expect your phone to work. We're hearing that nobody's phone works there.
That's probably
so
for the best.
Have a
That means
contingency
I
plan.
can stay for
All
as
right.
long as I want. So,
What's that? Yeah, just put your phone away and
Yeah.
focus on spending a lot of money.
Yeah,
And then, by the
yes.
way, there's some new restaurants downtown Jenks.
Okay.
I'll take you all through it tonight if you want to stick around.
okay.
Leave your money here.
Okay, I can, if
All of
if
you.
all goes well, I'll
Oh,
either
okay.
be celebrating or I'll be crying.
Oh, there's a
We'll see.
stipulation.
We'll see.
All right.
But as I said, Marseille did a great job going through all the details. I'll try not to bore you too much. I'm going to go through some of the technical things, and then I'm going to turn it over to Zach Roach. He's going to talk about their home building process and the amenity package we've presented. So as Marseille said, we are proposing a maximum of 335 lots on this 72 acres, which breaks down to 4.6 dwelling units per acre. We've been a lot of discussion about density. While these homes are maybe on smaller lots in width, where the trade-off is that there's going to be almost 20% of open space, common open space maintained by the HOA, not maintained by the city, for common use, common recreation. Kids can go out and play and not necessarily in their backyard, go play with other kids. So it's a trade-off, smaller lots, more common open space for the neighborhood to share as a whole. We have met with the city of Jenks, with your staff multiple times, had lots of phone calls, lots of discussion to make sure this application is a good fit for the city of Jenks. As Marseille said, we also amended our application at Planning Commission. We had really good discussion with Planning Commission staff. And in response to a lot of the comments and concerns we heard from citizens, we changed our application because we want to make sure this is the right fit for Jenks. And I believe that we have done that. Zach's going to go through all of the specific things we have done. But I want to go over a couple of the citizens' concerns that we've heard. There have been concerns about utilities. Does the city of Jenks have adequate capacity in their utility systems to serve this subdivision? Yes, we have met with staff. We have met with your previous city engineer. He confirmed water, sewer, not a problem for city of Jenks to serve this neighborhood. What goes along with that is drainage. So as part of this development, we will be doing a detailed drainage study. We're conceptually planning for detention areas. So there'll be a long process, a lot of time spent on making sure this project doesn't discharge water at a peak rate that is higher than existing conditions. So out of everything I say tonight, I can promise you that's what I mostly do, is look at drainage. So that's not going to be a problem. We'll make sure that we're doing the right thing there. Traffic, Marseille did cover a lot on that, but I want to confirm that yes, the traffic impact analysis will be required and will be done if this is to move forward. I currently have reached out to a traffic engineering consultant, let them know about this project, and told them I would let them know how this meeting goes tonight, and we'll be ordering that if it's appropriate. So that's something that, acceleration lanes, deceleration lanes, entrance locations, those are all subject to change based on what that consultant does. And that is something that is done by a third-party consultant. It's not performed by Tanner Consulting. So the developer will hire a third party to do that. Additionally, 131st and Harvard are both secondary arterials on the INCOG major street and highway plan, which means they'll have 2 lanes in both directions on ultimate build-out. We also are lucky in this location to have a mid-mile collector from Kimberly-Clark Place, which is out of the ordinary. So that helps alleviate traffic concerns in this area as well. What goes along with the traffic and schools is this development doesn't happen overnight. I wish I could, but I can't snap my fingers and put 332 homes on 70 acres overnight. It will be 2 years before you see a family potentially moving into one of these homes, and it will be phased. So we expect 10 years for this full build out. So that how that helps with traffic is you have time for people to go to the outlet mall, spend money, bring in more money for your city that can then turn around and increase, can help the roads. Same with schools. Like Marseille said, the schools know it's coming. They look at the comprehensive plan, they know, but also we're giving them a heads up. Does not happen overnight. I think those were a lot of the boring technical things that I have to cover. One other thing on the sidewalks, we had some discussion about 4 foot versus 5 foot. We typically find in most Tulsa metropolitan areas, other cities we work in, that aren't, it is what it is, maybe not as nice as Jenks, but 4 foot sidewalks are pretty standard in residential subdivisions. We are working on other projects in Jenks right now that the applicant at that time came and asked for a complete sidewalk waiver within the city of Jenks. That's at 141st and Peoria. So that subdivision doesn't have sidewalks, but you can't go back and make them add it now if you don't like that. So anyway, I'm going to turn it over to Zach, and I'll be around, or unless you have a question.
Well, let's say, anyone want to have a question for Megan while she's here? If not, no big deal if you don't. Okay, very well.
I'll be right there unless I get to leave.
Mr. Roach.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Councilmember Zach Roach. I am Senior Director of Land for Roush Coleman Fine Homes, and I just wanted to discuss with you guys today just a couple of points, introduce ourselves, get to know us a little bit better. So the first part of my presentation is going to address several of the things that I'm really proud of, that makes me proud to work for this company. So the company I work for, Roush Coleman, has been in business for 65 years, has built over 30,000 homes across 7 states in America. And the reason that I think that this is important to talk about is this talks about legacy and generational stability. I've been in a lot of city council meetings. I've zoned a lot of land in my career. I've heard a lot of speeches by guys that look a lot like me. And they have similar speeches, and they have a tendency to be in and out of a city, build a few houses, and not stick around. Roush Coleman could not be further from that in the way that we approach business. We're a faith-based company. We honor our word. We stick around. We plant roots into the community, and we're going to be here for a long time. And so I think that's an important thing to start off with. That 65 years of legacy building addresses that, in my mind, very, very succinctly and very, very wholly. If I can make this work, one of the things I want to talk about is the quality. We are a home builder that tries to build obtainable housing. And obtainable housing is just housing that normal people can afford. We build houses for teachers, for cops, for firefighters, for nurses, people like my wife, who is a nurse. And that tends to be who our market is. We'll sell to anybody, but what we're not willing to do is we're not willing to sacrifice quality for that obtainability. And so one of the ways that we address that is with our 210 plan. This has got 3 parts to it. The first part is a 1-year warranty on some of the interior stuff in the homes, cabinets, you've got door panels, just kind of the stuff that you see in the home. That's a 1-year front-to-back warranty on that. The second part of that is kind of the guts of the home, the mechanical, the electrical wiring. That's a 2-year warranty. That's the stuff that's really hard to get to if it goes wrong. So you can stand and rest assured that Roush Coleman will stand by the product that we make. And the last one, and this is something that I think is just phenomenal, is the 10-year warranty when it comes to the bones of the homes. This is the really expensive stuff. This is the foundation, the framing, things of that nature that are the hard, expensive things to fix if something goes wrong. And the reason I want to highlight this is, as an obtainable home builder, if we get this wrong, if we do this wrong, and this comes with every home that we sell, we're out a lot of money. And so we got to get it right, and we got to get it right the first time. And I think that's important to note. And I think that the proof is in the pudding. I don't know how many of you guys are in the real estate industry or have heard of Avid Rating System. Avid Rating System is a national rating service that home builders and developers across America use. When I say across America, I mean across America, East Coast, West Coast, and down south and north. Hundreds and hundreds of home builders use Avid. And I'm proud to say that Roush Coleman in 2023 was #1 in no less than 10 categories in Avid in the entire United States of America with a 94% willingness to refer rate. If you know anything about the industry, that is unheard of. What that is you're taking surveys 12 months on saying, did you make a good investment? Was this a good process? So this is something that people are getting feedback after they've closed on their home. And so if we're doing it the wrong way, if we're building that obtainable housing and we're doing poor quality, it's going to show up right here. But what this says is quite the contrary. It says something completely different. It says we're doing a good job with that. With that in mind, I want to talk about opportunity. And I don't want to miss the slide, so I'm going to go back. There it is. I pulled the Zillow report on Jenks Thursday, Friday of last week. And I thought that the results were very interesting. I set the category on that Zillow at about $250,000, so $250,000 and less. And I said, how many homes in the entire Jenks area fit within that criteria? The answer was 4. There are no obtainable homes to speak of in Jenks. The neighborhood that we're bringing is going to have a price range between $200,000 and $250,000, with $225,000 being the average. I know there was some discussion earlier about what affordable housing is these days. Somebody with a 640 credit rating right now, building a $230,000, $240,000 home, anybody know what that's going for right now on a monthly payment? It's about $2,300, $2,400 a month. That's what it's at right now with the interest rates. So it's in what prices have done, what interest rates have done. It's incredible what it costs to get into an obtainable home. I want to talk about that. I want to talk about that problem, and I want to talk about an opportunity, though. With this development, we think that we can service that segment of the market. Many of us have probably seen this in our life. This is, if you look on the left side of the screen, you've got the path and real estate. This is a ladder. This is something that we've all participated in. It starts off with your apartment. I would argue that you could actually back that up a little bit before then and say it starts off with mom and dad's home. We all start there to some degree or another, then we move into apartment. I think I've lived in 3 apartments by my count prior to moving into that first home. First home I built was a 1,500 square foot home in Norman. It was an obtainable home. I built it and owned it because it was all I could afford. And when I was paying for my wife in nursing school, that's what we lived in, was that 1,500 square foot home. And it was great because I had that ability to go and have that affordable home in a good school district in a safe city where I live. And I was really, really proud of that home. And so that was my first home I ever built. Well, first kid came along and I moved up. I did just like most people do. I moved up to a little bit bigger home. By the time the second and the third kid came along, I moved up into a little bit larger home than that. But every step along the way, I was able to climb that ladder. I was able to go from an obtainable home to a little bit bigger to a little bit bigger. But that's an important part of that market dynamic. And I want to talk about a good functioning real estate ladder within the city. When I told you guys we have 4 houses in the city of Jenks under $250,000. What that tells me is that says that if you're a young person trying to get in to move into Jenks and you're of an average means, like probably any number of us were when we were getting out of college or starting a family, there's hardly any opportunities. Well, the reason that's important is because that has short-term, medium-term, and long-term consequences for a city like Jenks. Short-term consequences are really simple. People who can't afford homes are going to go further out to try and find a place to live. As it gets cheaper, they're going to go past Jenks. They're going to go to the suburbs or even further out. That has a law of unintended consequences because, 1, you get a brain drain, so you start having those young professionals going and living further and further out. But 2, you have that traffic problem as they migrate back in towards the city. It can create an issue as a pass-through. And so having part of that obtainable housing as a part of a dynamic housing stock within a city is critical. And you want to have all parts. You want to have small stuff, you want to have medium, you want to have large, you want to have a little bit of everything. You also want to have, and this is something that's often missed, is a move-down buyer. And Roush Coleman in this neighborhood also serves a huge demographic. I know we were talking about school systems earlier, and I want to hit you with a statistic that's based on the Tulsa demographics and our research. 63% of our homeowners have no children whatsoever. And so what you're seeing in that data is you're seeing that you're having those young families who are starting out, but you're equally seeing, if not more, retirees who are downsizing from that large home, who have that empty nester, who no longer need the square footage. You know, my family is a case in point. When my parents found out that the first baby was coming, I think they hit the ground running from Edmond and came to Norman almost immediately. And so they followed me to where I lived and where my affordable home was at. And by that time, Grandma came, so we had 4 generations living within the same city, only because I was able to afford that home, and that's where we landed in that process. And so my parents did just like I do on this ladder. They had the large home up in northwest Oklahoma City. They downsized. They didn't need that square footage anymore. They followed me to where I lived in that neighborhood. An effective housing ladder also is going to create opportunities for those young professionals. We want to make sure that we prevent economic stagnation. One of the things that's really interesting, and you guys may have heard this, this was new to me. I was talking to some of the cities in North Texas, Sherman, Denton area, and one of the things we're talking about the mall and how important that is, which is fabulous. I cannot wait to go take my private tour of the restaurants and the mall shops. That'd be awesome. But we all know about the traditional rooftops driving that economic incentives. But the other thing that's happening right now is we're having what's called the Amazon effect. And you guys may be familiar with this, but we started seeing this during COVID. And North Texas is actually trying to recruit storefronts right now because what they figured out is the traditional rooftop big box store mechanism, while it is successful, is actually being supplanted by front doors because people are buying packages in record numbers and shipping it to their homes. And we get Amazon Christmas and the city gets the sales tax revenue. So all of that is part of having that healthy housing stock and dynamic and why it's so vital for cities to grow. This is the latest iteration of our layout. And so this is slightly different than the one you guys saw. What we have done is we've come back, we've added some links and nodes. Shout out to Marseille for teaching me one. I hadn't heard that one in a development, but we were trying to make sure that we complied with what the city said. So we've updated that to discuss this. I think this layout is really interesting. And one of the things I think is interesting, this is where the kind of the planning, nerdy parks and playground stuff grabs a hold of me. This has a lot of decentralized areas within the development. We've got a series of walking trails that are surrounding those ponds and those green spaces. We've got that centralized park. We've got an area back there on the kind of the eastern corner where it's a preserved tree area. So you're getting a little bit of everything. And the reason that's important has to do with the way that pedestrian trends work. I don't know if you guys have ever been to the National Recreation Parks Association conference, but they talk profusely about the important golden rule of development, and that says, there's about 60 years of data that backs this, that says that if you want to have people not drive, if you want to have them actually walk, if you want to increase pedestrian foot traffic, you have to build amenities, and that amenities have to be accessible from about a quarter of a mile away. But it's not a quarter of a mile away as the crow flies, it's a quarter mile away as the 3-year-old stumbles. So it's just like, as they walk around the corners and the edges, they want to be able to get to those spaces. And so this has got some of those disconnected spaces running down through there. I think it's also got a really, really interesting opportunity when it comes to fencing. I'm going to dive into that more. But I want to talk about some of the I think you guys are calling them passive and active play places. I want to talk them, I refer to them a little bit differently. I call them a sanitized and a rules-free zone. I live in a development that reminds me of this a lot, and it's in Norman. I'm going to show you a picture of my house, outside the side of my house here in a second. I have a park right down my street. My kids walk to it all the time. It's great. When my wife wants to go to Target, we've got 30 or 45 minutes. She doesn't want them to get dirty. We go throw them on the playground or the swing sets, and that's great. And that has a great time doing that. But one of the things that's more interesting to me than that is, I'm going to show you on the side of that's looking at my side yard, is just this green open space. And my kids, they go running around down there. They make mud pies. They throw rocks. They do all sorts of crazy stuff. It's just a little shallow depression area down there. But they spend more time in that area than they do in the traditional play park because they don't have mom saying, hey, no, you can't jump off the 8-foot-tall slide. You can't do this. You can't do that. We're really good at making rules on playgrounds. What we're not good is encouraging kids to have freedom, to live a little dangerously, to get their knees scraped, to get a bruise and do things like that and be out in that natural area. So that's just something that I think that this development's going to have some of, and I think it's a balance. I think you got to have a little bit of both, and you have to do it safely. I do want to direct your attention to the layout. On the layout, you'll see some bars. You'll see red bars and yellow bars coming around the edges of the development. What I'm trying to do there is I'm trying to show a couple of different fence types. And I think this is a really, really important part of developments, because you can do a development really right, and you can still get it wrong with the layout. So that yellow bar right there is a 6-foot privacy fence. Now, the thing that I think is important on that is that that is a developer-installed, HOA-maintained privacy fence. So if you guys have been in older communities around the state, and we've all driven by them, you get that hodgepodge, nasty looking, somebody likes the 6-inch wide picket fence, somebody likes the sheet metal and all that, and after about 10 or 15 years when those fences start rotting away, it looks rough. Well, we're not going to do that in this development. We're going to have an HOA-maintained fence. You do not have an option to not have that around the periphery of those edges, where those yellow bars are at, and it looks something like that. That's a development we've got here in Tulsa. That is an entry monumentation that we've got. And if you look over in the lower right-hand corner, you can see a decorative stained fence maintained by that HOA. So something similar to that around the edges. I also want to direct your eyes, if you would, onto the red portions of this. This gets into that area where we talk about kids and playing and what I'd like to call a social fence. One of the things that we want to bring to your community, that I'm excited to bring to your community, is what we call a 4-foot split railed, if I can back it up, there it is, social fence. Again, this is outside of my house in Norman, so I've got lots and lots of experience. And it's funny because when developers do walking trails, when they do parks, when they do common areas, they do a really good job of making them look pretty, and then they make them scary. And why do they make them scary? They make them scary because they put up a traditional 6-foot fence. So again, I'm going to reference my wife and kids. My wife's back there walking on a walking trail, and she's got 3 babies, and nobody can see her. There are no sight lines on her. She feels enclosed. It feels unsafe. And so she doesn't, during the day, she's looking around going, what, don't want to use this? Who can see me? Who can get a hold of me? Well, when you have this 4-foot fence, she's pretty sure she could chunk the youngest one into the backyard and go beat on somebody's back door and get help if she needed it. And she could, because we know all of our neighbors. And this gets into another common problem, in my estimation, with how developments have traditionally been done in America. And it has to do with 2 things. It has to do with the invention of the car/garage, and it has to do with the invention of indoor air conditioning. So I'll tie that together to fences for you here in a second. So what do you do when you get home from work? You drive in your car. At least I do. I park in my garage. I try not to make eye contact with my neighbor because I've had a long day and I'm hungry and I want to watch the news or whatever it is. And I go into my house. And that is terrible for making communities because I don't want to talk to people. Same thing when it comes to indoor air conditioning. 100 years ago, we all sat on our porches. We drank lemonade and iced tea. We opened up the windows. They had 4 windows in 4 corners of the house. And we let that cross breeze blow through. And that's how you got to know your neighbors, was that porch time out on the front. Well, we don't do that anymore. If you have children, you are loath to let them out in the front yard because idiots with cell phones are going to run them over. I'm not going to let my kids go play. They're going to get stolen or hit by something. But I will let them go in the backyard. And when I let them go in the backyard, they walk out to this, and they can look out, and they can see Sam, and they can see Jonah, and they can see any of the kids playing on the common areas or on the parks or the playgrounds. And they get to know them. And I get to know my neighbors because I don't have a choice, because my kids are yelling at them across the fence saying, hey, what are you doing? I know. I want to hide from them, and I want to go away, but my kids won't let me do that. So this is what that social fence brings. It brings community cohesion. It brings sight lines. It brings safety. And I want to bring that to the city of Jenks. This is a real quick, a little bit tighter look at the park. One of the things that I want to note there is the location of that park. I talked about the quarter-mile rule of walking. And so we have some walking trails that are disconnected in rings around the neighborhood that we're planning on doing out the backyards. I'm doing that 4-foot social fence. The other thing, though, is that the placement of this park is intentional. We want to make sure that this is as centrally located as the development will allow to hopefully encourage people to walk to it, to have that green initiative. And I think that could be a lot of fun in this scenario, to be able to have people able to walk the park, the playground, the main structure. It's going to include several different features. It'll have obviously a professionally installed playground. It's not going to be a kit playground. It'll be something like you see in schools or on city parks. So it'll be that caliber and quality. It's going to have a walking trail with it, a seating area, and then the bus stops. And we talked a little bit about that. I did want to visit with you guys about that. We had contemplated 1 or 2 bus stops at Planning Commission, and as I remember it, Marseille, the narrative wasn't that we were set necessarily on a number. We're open to 2 if we need to do 2. It was that we wanted to have that be a district-level driven decision on where we place that and how many they wanted. And so I'm up for 1 or 2, depending on what the school district wants to do. But we just want to make sure we involve them. And the reason we want to make sure we involve them is we don't want to accidentally place it in a bad spot for kids. And I'm going to let them kind of help me guide on that. I have thoughts on that.
Bixby.
I'm sorry, Bixby, yeah. Okay, with that said, I did want to kind of rehash some of the road that how we got here. We've talked about some of the quality. We've talked about the sales. We've talked about the layouts. We've talked about some fencing and some amenities. I also want to talk about just the concessions that we did. So when we started off, we originally contemplated doing 30-foot lots and 40-foot lots and 50-foot lots. And the question I get, and I was in Oklahoma City last week having a similar discussion, is what are you guys doing with the 30 and 40-foot lots? Why are you doing that? And the answer is really simple. In the market that we're in right now, because of the cost of homes, there are a very limited number of levers that home builders can pull to be able to pass that cost savings down to a customer. It costs me the same money to put in a lineal foot, a front foot of lot, on a 30-foot lot as it does a 40-foot lot, as it does a 50-foot lot. But what I can do is I can charge $10,000 to $20,000 less on a 30-foot lot or a 40-foot lot than I do on a 50-foot lot, and I can directly pass that back to my customer. So the ask on that is, will you help us make this an obtainable neighborhood? And what I would tell you guys is, as you see more guys like me in the future, this is the trend across America, because we've run out of ability as developers and builders to control the costs on nails and lumber and the cost of a piece of sewer and the cost of a piece of street. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to get our arms around what can we control. We can control the front footage width of that lot, and then we can pass that back along to the customer, and then we can maintain our obtainable housing. And so it sounds like Jenks has got some. I think more will be asked in the future, and that's all over Oklahoma and arguably the United States right now, as the market tries to adjust to what the reality is on the cost of housing. So I just thought I'd mention that real quick. We did reduce our lot count from 385 to 335. We removed all 30-foot lots, added 2 with an asterisk covered bus stop, stipulated 2-car garage, added the social fence, and then real quick wanted to talk about the 5-foot walking trail along the Kimberly-Clark Place. I've been told that there was a letter submitted by Kimberly-Clark in support. If it hasn't, it will be coming, wanting to have us as their neighbor. We want to run a 5-foot sidewalk across them. We're going to be working with the city to do that. We're totally open to do that. I think it's a good idea. So with that said, that is all I have on my presentation, and I would humbly ask for your vote and open it up for any questions you guys have for me.
Thank you, Mr. Roach. First question for you, or maybe even, on the northern border of 131st Street, it's probably a question from Mrs. Hilton, but is there enough room for a future, if that road gets turned into 5 lanes, do we have the easements and everything we need to take?
I'll take a crack at it, but
Okay.
every city I've ever dealt with is going to mandate that I dedicate a certain amount of right-of-way that will contemplate city street width.
You did already, right? Okay. I think I asked you a week ago, wasn't sure. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Roach. We'll go ahead, and this time we'll switch it up. We'll open the floor to council. Mr. Emmons, you want to get us started, or do you want to wait? Anything on your mind?
Was there a swimming pool ever in the plan intended? Did you ever have a design with the swimming pool?
No, sir.
Okay. Is the cost the main driver for that?
That is absolutely it. What we see is, and we don't want to sacrifice our mission for a vision that we can't deliver on. I've built a lot of pools and a lot of splash pads in my life. What you do is you saddle up an HOA with minimum $3,000 to $4,000 a month water bills, plus the reoccurring costs, plus. And so in order to stick to that mission of obtainability, we didn't want to do that, because we would be getting out of our sandbox and be able to pass out on the customer.
Okay. Come back. Well, I've noticed you guys on the map, you reference a detention pond as a park. Remind me again, I think you used the word sanitized spaces. What's the thought there? Your kids sound like the only ones ever that play in ponds? Because most people are on an iPad or a PlayStation.
I
So
don't-
tell us what your vision is for getting all these kids down to the,
I
to the
don't
park.
let them play in ponds. We fish in ponds, we don't play in ponds.
Yeah.
There's a couple of thoughts there. I see park on there, and I agree with you. It's not a park. It's an open area, a maintained green common area with walking trails in it. So when you have a detention pond, it's a neutral at best, and it's a negative if not done correctly. Absolutely, wouldn't argue that. I've dug a lot of detention ponds, and they can get real deep and real scary, and I don't want my kids playing next to them. But what you can do is you can open it, use that space that you've got. You can use that 4-foot fence to open up that sight line to make the backyard feel bigger, and then you can ring it like we've done in this
Bless you.
case with a walking trail.
Okay.
And then the other thing I would note, not all ponds are created equal. So if you have a dry pond, obviously that fills up, you can bring that walking trail down a little closer. If you have a stream or a creek, you can bring a walking trail down. You don't want kids playing in big deep ponds. Totally, you're right.
And the ponds represented, the little white circle in the middle, is that a fountain? Or is it your intention to have these to be activated, moving water?
No, my intention is not to have that. I think it's a neat artistic detail that looks pretty on paper, but I think it's going to be just a detention pond.
Okay. And the pond, is it accurate, these renderings, that there's the park to the southeast and the park to the southwest are the two that have walking trails?
That's correct.
Okay. Is it safe to say that the primary park, that those trees are actually there and that can be considered an amenity, or is that just a drawing?
Are on the
The primary
eastern side?
park on the top right.
There's some little stuff over there.
Okay.
I think it was contemplated not to touch. Believe it or not, developers, or at least I hate tearing down trees. I like to keep as many as I can. So anything I can keep, I want to, because I think it looks nice.
In your experience, and correct me if I'm wrong, part of your application, this document suggests at the very end that there are 2 covered bus stops. Is that true, or is it 1? Or is it whatever you need it to be?
It's totally happy to do 2.
Okay.
It's true, but we want to have a data-driven discussion with the district to have them give us feedback on do they want 2, do they want 1, and where they want them.
Mr. Klein, don't the school districts usually decide where they want to pick up kids based on the safety of the kids and the ability of the driver?
Yes, and it's always in flex.
So they
From
can
year to
change
year.
that year to year?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So this neighborhood looks quite sizable. I would expect there would be, you mentioned the rabbits or something like to walk, or the baby that would stumbles, but.
Oh, was it baby stumble?
Yeah, I would assume that these kids wouldn't have to stumble too far to get to, because it looks like a pretty big community.
A quarter mile is what you want to do as you turn, left and right. You don't want to go more than about a quarter mile if you want people to walk. It's not a perfect planning tool, but it's a good
Okay,
approximation.
but there's flexibility on that?
Yep.
Based on the needs of the school district?
Oh, and that was for amenities. I'm sorry, the school district, they can tell me how and where they want to do stuff as long as we can fit it in.
So, apart from your mission, is there not any Roush-Coleman neighborhood anywhere in the United States that provides a next level of amenities such as the pool, or is that not part, that's not the mission?
I'm not aware of anything,
Okay.
no. No, that would fall outside of our sandbox.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Roach. Council, the floor is yours. Light it up.
I did have a note on here. It says community mailbox. Are you going to put in a cluster mailbox, or is USPS required you to do that, or is that just part of your model?
So the answer is yes and yes. USPS is requiring cluster mailboxes, we intend to do it.
Okay, thank you.
What? You mean they're stacked, the mailboxes that are all stacked together?
Correct, like an apartment complex.
Oh, okay. All right. So how many of those are there? I wasn't aware of that. So not every house has the post?
And that's being driven by the United States Post Office right now. I ran into that 2 years ago, surprisingly, and they're retroactively enforcing that here, there, and everywhere. But yeah, it's 16 on a box, so every one of those feeds 16 houses, so 16 divided by 332 is...
So you're forcing these people to talk to each other?
That's right, that's right. Me and the post office, all about community.
Yeah. You've heard of Facebook, right? People don't talk to each other anymore. All right. So are you suggesting that going forward, we're going to be subject to cluster mailbox rules, in your opinion? Because I've never seen.
I am aware of the federal mandates, that it's regulated through the postal system, so we have not required it. But most developers are looking to do that. I was not aware that they are retroactively requiring it. That's news to me.
Do you know when this became law?
They hit me with a 2x4 in the head about 24 months ago. And I would say that
That makes sense.
so far they haven't gone back.
Thank you, Mr. Biden. Yeah. All right.
So far, they haven't gone back and ripped out like brick mailboxes that were there, but if I had a development that had just been put down and it was the last phase, they tried to tell me I couldn't do brick mailboxes.
Okay. Okay, very well. Gentlemen, anything for Mr. Roach? Still waiting? Still waiting. Okay, what are you waiting on, next steps? Okay. You guys ready to close the floor for us and we'll move on? Okay, thank you, Mr. Roach. We'll close the floor to council. Does anyone need a restroom break? Very well. It is 7:37. Let's go ahead and recess till 11:45. Thank you. It is not our intention to make you so cold that you leave, but if the majority of you hold a mutiny, there's a guy back there, he will probably turn the air off if you, if the numbers are there. But how many of you are cold? This is democracy. I don't know. We have to have a count here. All right. I think it's off now. Everybody back? All right. We will resume at 7:46. We thank Mr. Roach for your presentation. We close the floor to the applicant momentarily. We're going to introduce public comment. I would encourage you to do your best to summarize somewhere between 3 minutes. I've always been very flexible, but I would also say that if the person right before you said the same thing you're going to say, unless you have added value or unless you represent a different neighborhood or a different entity, it might be a good idea to not repeat the same thing. If you do speak for or against this project, we need to have you introduce yourself with your name, your address, and it would be good to know what subdivision you live in as well. I think that would be helpful. So with that being said, do we have a list? We don't? So this is a free-for-all? So all right, let's see how this is going to work. If you're the first person to raise your hand, anybody, first stab. Let's just start with the front row. If you're in the front row on this side, you're welcome to come forward, and we will be happy to introduce yourself. Good evening, sir.
Good. My name is Russell Cozart. I live at 12709 South Harvard. I live on 24 acres.
What city is that in, sir?
Jenks.
Thank you.
I never planned on coming up and speak on this, but I'm friends with Leon. I bought two 40-acre tracts from him. One's called Tory Lakes, the other is called Harvard Ponds. I have sold lots to Roush Coleman and Trails at White Hawk. They do a nice job, but those lots were 55-foot wide. 40-foot lot is going to be a shotgun house. Think about it. You have 5 feet on each side. That leaves you with 30 feet of width to build a house. Well, it's just, to me, I've never seen a subdivision 40-foot wide lots. And the other thing was, I own this 10 acres. I was getting ready to start developing. It was going to be luxury gated community. I'm not going to do that with this here. And I know the rules are the rules, but in the past, the width I could only develop was 55-foot wide. I guess it's changed to 40 now. There's a project on 161st and Memorial. You want to look at that. That's what it's going to look like. Siding. Did they say how much brick you're going to use on it?
We'll give them that option.
75%?
Yeah, we'll give them that option to rebut later.
Well, to me, over a period of 10 years, you get all siding houses. What's going to happen in that neighborhood is going to be rent houses. I'll guarantee it. And so my Harvard Oaks that I developed is going to, I've had people complain already, just looking at the houses that's been framed up. They already know about it. And I've sold lots to them before, and they did a great job, but not on this kind of width. And I built a nice playground in Gray Oaks. There's no kids on it. You know why? Their parents won't let them go there. So the same thing over here, this park. Those kids aren't going to run wild. They're going to be at home. And there's another problem. The sewer. All that land's going to have to go behind Dutcher's Crossing, the lift station is. And they're going to have to redo the whole thing. You've got all these houses that are going to that lift station, and it's going to have to be redone. How many houses are in there now? 2 something or 3? Oh, it's going to stink like you don't believe. And when I did Harvard Oaks, the engineer made me do a survey and make sure there was enough capacity for that to go in it. He said that's the last piece of land that's going to go in that lift station. I know that there's some overland, the corner lot, the 10 acres that they're developing right now for the commercial. There's water, there's gonna be an underground detention pond there that's gonna be draining under 131st into somewhere around there, and I can't figure out where it goes. Same way with Fraser Lakes. There's a water going under 131st Street. It's gotta go somewhere. I don't see it. But, you know, I can't think of anything else, but I will tell you, in my experience, a 40-foot wide lot is gonna be a shotgun house. No backyard. What's the minimum backyard? Is it 20 feet? That's all the subdivisions I've developed out there. It's been 20 feet building line in the back of the lot and 25 foot to the front of the garage, right? It's gonna have no yard. How deep are those lots? How deep are those lots, you may know? 120. It still will have somewhat of a backyard, but not very big. But yeah, that 10 acres I own, I cannot develop it like that. Those houses across the street. I was just getting ready to start on it too. So.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cosworth. Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah.
I'm Vinny Perez from 26.
I'm going to allow it out of order because you have a Miami Dolphins hat on.
That's what I want to talk to you about. I'm Vinny Perez from 2614 East 136 Place South here in Jenks, in the Gray Oaks community. Recently retired. My wife and I lived in South Florida, decided to move out of the glitz and glamour and the craziness. Did a lot of research. Checked areas in North Florida, Tennessee, Texas, and I saw Jenks. I saw Bixby. Did some research online. Beautiful. Saw the beautiful homes from Cozart and Davis. Decided to fly over here, drive around. Saw a lot of potential. Saw the direction of the city. If I would have saw this, I wouldn't have came. The growth you're seeing is not from developments like this. It's from people like me. Most of the neighbors I have in Gray Oaks are from Texas, Colorado, Illinois, Florida. This is the growth. Okay. My wife likes to spend a lot of money. We love to shop. We are the reason, people like me are the reason Jenks is growing in the right direction. If you approve this, you guys are going to go in the wrong direction, and people like me are going to move out. Thank you.
We can move over to this side. Anybody in the front row, necessarily not with the applicant? Okay. We'll go back over here, second row. You always yield to the guy with the Hawaiian shirt. It's the real. Good evening, sir.
My name is Ed Moore. I live in Providence Hills. And the very first thing that concerns me is the size of the lots. Most of our lots in our development is 0.2 acres. That's close to 9,000 square feet. My neighbor next door, he's over 10. Okay, I mean, my backyard is almost as big as what they're proposing to build a house on. Okay. I live in our homes in our area, they're between 450 up to 600, maybe 1,000. We're surrounded by new developments that are starting at 600,000, and they're decent-sized homes on decent-sized lots. What we're talking about here is, as was mentioned before, these homes are going to turn into rentals, and they're going to drag our values down because they don't have amenities to take care of all the kids that are going to be in this development. They're going to walk across Harvard, and they're going to come into our recreational facilities, which are great. Okay, splash pads, pool, you know. we're also talking about ponds that don't have circulation, they don't have fountains to keep the mosquitoes from taking over. I mean, that's just insane. It's going to tear our values down. And in my neighborhood where I live in, the smallest house is close to 3,000 square foot. I live in a 3,600 square foot house. I don't want my values to go down the toilet. I just moved there about 1.5 years ago, and all my life savings is in my house. And I cannot imagine what the crime rate is going to be once this development is in our area. It's going to bring in crime. I come from Las Vegas, Nevada, and I'll tell you, those mailboxes, 16 at a time, that is for criminals, they love those things. They love them. These break into them all the time. So I'm very much against this development. I think also, I don't want to put down Jenks development, but for the widening of the roads in our neighborhood, which are narrow roads with 3.5-foot ditches on both sides, I don't see Jenks going in there and widening these roads in a timely manner to take care of the traffic this is going to also create. And if I was Bigsby Schools, I would be here right now complaining about what it's going to do to the school district in Bigsby. Who's paying for them to have to increase their capacity to keep the classrooms at a reasonable size? Thank you.
Mr. Moore, all right, thank you. Yes, sir. Mr. Moore, where'd you move here from?
Las Vegas, Nevada.
Welcome. You know what they call this place? Jinx America. Jump on board. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Skylar Robson. I live at 4241 East 131st Street South. For time, I'm just going to read off on this. I've got quite a few things. Just some questions and comments I'd like you all to consider. First, is there some sort of analysis on what an appropriate carrying capacity in Jenks would be? When are we going to stop developing large-scale housing? We have limited space and are developing the city at an exponential rate. Water utilities, I live at the end of the line over at the end on 131st Street on South 30th East Place. We currently have really poor flow in the summertime, and so I believe that this development would potentially further affect our flow, and so I ask that you look at that if you do proceed with this development. Traffic is going to increase as well, obviously, with the neighborhood that's going up Caddy Corner that is not yet fully finished. I would ask that goes into the traffic study when that is performed. Another thing, how would this affect Kimberly-Clark's truck drivers and their operations? That's a question I have. I don't think that school buses and semi-trucks really mix over on Kimberly-Clark Place and for safety. I see a lot of those truck drivers as it is going on 131st Street, so that's potentially a safety issue. Another thing I ask, have any air emission studies been performed near Kimberly-Clark recently to ensure any new residential surroundings such as this one would not be impacted? Will this development have any stormwater drains, and where will they drain to? Will it drain to the creek nearby, or will it drain to these detention ponds?
We can hold that question, and I will trust them to answer these questions when they get to that point, so we don't get into back and forth, if that's
No
acceptable
problem.
for you.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is kind of tie in, if this does drain to a creek, I do appreciate the trees that are there, that you guys have in there. I really do. I wish there were more, because we need more of these natural areas to go to, not monocultured grass areas that are really hot. So if this drains to Posey Creek, which is to the east, yes, to the east, this is currently on DEQ's, the Department of Environmental Quality's 303D list of impaired water bodies for several parameters, and it drains to a TMDL water body, which stands for total maximum daily load, And that total maximum daily load is for bacteria. Basically, that means that you have to prevent load allocations that could contribute to the water body. There have been studies that show that sediment runoff, which is prevalent in runoff from large-scale neighborhoods such as this, from erosion and vehicle usage. So this sediment runoff correlates with a high bacteria count. So to my knowledge, as a Phase 2 city, the city of Jenks must implement best management practices to prevent further degradation of this TMDL water body within the next decade. It's my opinion that the construction of this development would be counterintuitive to these best management practices and requirements of the city and their stormwater management plan.
What subdivision do you live in, sir?
I'm on a private drive.
Okay. Can I assume all those questions were rhetorical?
I
Just
ask
for
that you
just
consider
things
it,
that
yeah.
us to think about, right?
Yeah, I might
Yeah.
email you later.
Yeah, because I don't think we'll have time to get into half of that
And I would
tonight,
just
but-
say that
Yeah, but thank you.
this is about the land
Yeah,
use
yeah.
and all these, you know, the stormwater and engineering questions. I don't think that's what we're here to answer. You know, no one has the answer to those questions right now, and so let's kind of focus on the land use and the PUD.
I just ask that you
Yeah,
consider
yeah.
it moving
Yeah.
forward, because if you do change it, then.
No, it's a very good point, and what he's saying is, as far as the legal process, the land use is not where we're gonna worry about where the water goes just yet.
Okay.
There'll be a bunch of engineers to beat the heck out of that later on, and then they would make a recommendation. So this is step one of this, the evolution of this, so, good, but those are good questions. You could email that guy or that guy if you want to get answers. Does that sound fair?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right,
Thank you.
appreciate you, sir. Thank you much. So we, anyone else in the second row on the, what we'll call the east side, or is this the bride or the groom? What do you guys figure this out? We'll call this the east side. Anyone else over here in row 2? Mrs. Kozort?
Hello, I'm Angela Kozort. I am a resident in Gray Oaks at 2501 East 136 Court South. I did have some prepared comments that I did send to Mayor Box, and hopefully he did share with you all. I don't want to copy what a lot of other people said, but just bring up two basic points, because I speak to you as a resident in the area, I speak to you as a realtor in the area, and of course my family is a developer in the area. So two just very quick points to consider. One is there are 2 new developments, neighboring developments of this project. Harvard Oaks, that is just underway. There's probably 4 or 5 houses started. And then Fraser Meadows, which is to the, I guess it would be the northwest, that is also developed. I just want to remind the council that these are neighborhoods that have already been approved. Money has been spent on these developments. And as a realtor, I've been actively marketing Harvard Oaks, which is one of Bixby's newest developments. And from my experience, I have met recently with 3 potential buyers in that neighborhood looking to custom build homes. And the very first question they ask me when we sit down to the table is Roush Coleman going to put that neighborhood north of here? If so, I don't want to live there. And my point in addressing that, you know, money has already been spent on these neighborhoods, and I feel like by approving something like this, you're stalling business and development in Jenks that has already been improved. Millions of dollars have been spent, and hours have been worked. My other point, speaking from a realtor, is that I think there's a statistic, maybe roughly 33% of homes that Roush Coleman builds generally go to rental immediately. What I see in the Tulsa market, and I know there's other realtors in the room who can probably speak to this, that anything that comes on market under $200,000 is eaten up immediately by an investor. So I think that that is what will happen to this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kozort. So we'll move over to the west side. Anyone in the second row care to comment? Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. Jeremy Randall, 13022 South Ash in Yorktown in Jenks. I was curious if we could go back to the Zillow slide, if that was a possibility. Uh-oh. Adobe is mad at you. While he finds that,
We
you
can-
have reference for it
Yeah.
there as well. The first point that I was going to bring up is that all of the homes referenced on the Zillow slide don't look like the type of homes that are in any of the area around the place that they're looking at building. They're all several miles away, based on what I was seeing on the map, 3 and 4 miles away at some points. So we are now talking about creating an area that is very drastically different as far as the economics go, within an area that has much larger homes, as people have mentioned before. There you go. Those are all north of the Creek Turnpike, except for one. And so that's not exactly the same area. It's the same city, yes. Same area, not really.
Bless you.
Yes, bless you. So what I wanted to say was, those are all spread out and in different places. This is going to localize a very large concentration of those homes in one spot that has nothing else like it for miles. That concerns me for property values. That concerns me for the crime rate and the socioeconomic area of impact directly around it, of which I reside. The other thing that I wanted to bring up was traffic. I don't know if any of you have ever driven to Bixby West Elementary School on a particular Monday morning, but you will be backed up to this housing addition if you're not there early. So it's already bad news over there. It'll get way worse, way worse. You drop 300 houses into that area. I don't know how many of you have driven south on Elm. I know that we're widening Elm, and I applaud the city for doing that. But I don't know how many.
Wait a minute, can you say that again?
I applaud the city for widening Elm. Yes.
Guess what? It hasn't started yet, really, so call me in
Yeah.
6 months
I
if
know.
you still
Hey,
like me.
I recognize the utility work happening because I drive that every day. And for those
Say
of
that
you
one
who
more
have driven
time. One more time.
I recognize that there is utility work happening, yes. For those of you who haven't driven it at 5 o'clock thereafter, it can take you an extra 20 minutes to get down to 131st that it would at 9 o'clock at night when there's no traffic. And so this is, because of the river, there is no thoroughfare over there to get these people from Jenks proper home, from the Creek Turnpike home. And so now you're talking about adding 300 more houses and families to Elm and to 131st to get home. And so traffic is a major, major concern of mine. So, thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Randall. You have a good evening, sir. Anyone else on the west side, second row? What we'll call the premium seats. How much did you guys pay for those? Yes, sir. Good evening.
I'm Dave Feening. Know Marcy well, I've talked to you. I live at 131st and Kimberly-Clark Way. It's essentially at 4401, 131st Street South, on the north side of Kimberly-Clark. Can I address this to you folks? Have you all noticed your development at 151st and Kimberly-Clark Way? You know you have one there? Okay. Well, these are probably 30-foot, 40-foot developments there. And to this date, it's definitely a rental type situation. And this has been going on, I think they've developed them probably 5 years ago, 5, 6 years ago. But it is pretty much that at this point. It assumes that, I assume that. So I would, really, if somebody wants to see what their developments are like, go to 151st in Kimberly-Clark Way. And then secondly, I go hand in hand with the gentleman talking about the water. I have no water pressure most of the time. And Jenks has not addressed our problem. Where I live, neither has Bixby. I paid to Bixby, but Jenks is supposed to have a line in the area, but there's no water pressure. So this is going to bring on some additional concern. And then also, have y'all considered the right-of-way of PSO, the high-powered transmission lines?
Yeah.
To me, that's kind of a hazard. And you got it right next to your park and everything. So I have some other questions. I can't think of them right now, but please check those out. If y'all want to check out the area where they're at, it's pretty bad.
Thank you, Mr. Fanning. Anyone else? And if the water pressure keeps coming up, at some point we'll pause and we'll see if.
He's actually on Bixby Water,
Okay.
so.
I know the mayor over there for a little bit longer, if you want, I'll give you a cell phone number right when this is over. Oh, sorry to hear that.
They refer to you all.
Is that what he says? Well, he just became a senator, so I bet there's going to be a lot of passing the buck in this future, huh? Oh, damn. At some point, if the water discussion keeps coming up, we'll ask our former city engineer and current assistant city manager thoughts on the lift station when we get to that point. All right, we're going to move back over here to the east side. We are in the third row. You are the next contestant. I want you to wave your hands and run up to the podium, if you would, please, ma'am. Good evening.
My name is Brandy Benoit. I live in Dutchers Crossing at 2323 East 139th. One of the main things I wanted to bring up, something that hasn't been brought up, as a resident of Dutchers Crossing for 14 years. One thing I haven't seen mentioned is the electric. I've lived there for 14 years, and the past 6 years because of the building that's going around, and I think other people who've lived in Dutchers will know. About July through August, we have these wonderful brownouts. And every time I call East Central Electric, I encourage you to check out the utilities with East Central Electric, if that's who will power it. They always tell me there's not enough, they're having issues with the substation or whatever. There's not enough juice to it to power us. And it goes on and off and on and off. And several neighbors have lost AC units and expensive things in their home that's costly. And I think, again, that has not been mentioned. That's the only reason I'm really bringing it up. But again, traffic. It took me 27 minutes the other day to get home from work at 5:15 from the Creek Turnpike to 131st and Harvard. 27 minutes is a very long time to sit. The traffic cannot hold more. I shudder to think of what it's going to be like when Elm is widened. Thank you for doing that. The timing's going to be awful with what's going on at 141st. I have no idea how long it's going to take me to get to work. The other thing I wanted to bring up, drainage. Yes, my HOA fees are astronomical because of the drainage issue. We had to take a loan in our neighborhood to help pay for that. If I had to do that again, I would encourage them again, make sure they're doing their diligence on drainage, because if not, I want someone's phone number to call them and thank them and send them part of my bill. The schools, they're busting at the seams. After the last meeting I came during the planning, I emailed a board member, asked her if she was aware of this development. She said to her knowledge, she had not heard anything about that, and she brought it to Mr. Miller's attention. Mr. Miller made a point to meet with Mr. Box over at Providence Hills and have a conversation about it. I am a proud Spartan. I chose to move into Dutchers. I enjoy living there, and I want to stay there. I want to see everything stay well. The community mailboxes, my sister has those. Those roads are not wide enough for a community mailbox. Not everybody's going to walk and get their mail. They're going to stop on the way home, pull up next to the curb, and hop out. Because it's going to rain. It's going to be 105. Those roads aren't wide enough. This has been discussed for fire safety, et cetera. That's all I can think of that comes to mind right now, but the electric was one thing that I thought should be brought as a new issue.
Sorry, Mayor, what utility company, electric company did you say?
East Central Electric.
East Central, okay,
Do you know
out
if
of-
that will be who supplies River Falls, or do we know?
I think it will be.
So you guys haven't checked on that? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
No,
think
that's fine.
we'll do everything at the
Yeah,
end.
no,
We-
that's
I-
great.
We don't
That's
want
great.
them turn around facing you.
Yeah,
and-
no, I just want
East
them to
Central
know
Electric.
that's a deep
Yeah.
concern.
Yes, ma'am. Is it Mrs. Benoit?
Yes.
Benoit?
Benoit, yes.
Right.
Good job.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. East Central Electric. I thought everybody was on PSO. What do you know? We're still over here in the third row in the east side. Anyone else? Gentleman in the white hat, you got suspicious eyes, sir. You give me a look? Oh, wait, you're way too tall. I didn't know. I regret my decision.
Hi, John Harrington, class of '96, proud Trojan here.
Cool.
HOA president at Gray Oaks, live at 2512 East 136th Place South. I have a procedural question. I'd like to understand how this governing body can make a decision that impacts Bixby schools. So that's my question. I agree with everything else that has been said here tonight, but would just like to understand how that coordination occurs, because it seems as though a decision here could be made in a vacuum that really impacts Bixby schools.
Very good. Do you want to hang around for the answer?
I'll hang around for the answer.
Okay. I'm going to punt, Mr. Shrout. This is, this Jenks School District is far bigger than the city of Jenks. When I moved here, and I still meet people today that they live over near the soccer fields on the other side of the river, and they're nice people. Hey, you're my mayor. And I'm like, oh, yeah, cool. Where do you live? I live over there. I'm like, man, his name's G.T. Bynum. But you're in the Jenks School District. It's a big misconception. It is quite interesting. When I did go to the Providence Hills meeting, I was not aware until the gentleman pointed it out that this was a Bixby school issue, so I certainly wasn't expecting to see Mr. Miller there. But this is a complicated thing. Anyone on council is welcome to answer. You've been here a very long time, and you've been been involved with school board, but take a crack at this.
So we have 3 different school districts within the city of Jenks. We have the Jenks Public Schools, which goes to about 124th Street along Peoria. But then there's a square mile between 121st, 131st, Elm to Elwood. That is Glenpool Public Schools. And then we have everything south of 124th from Peoria east, that is Bixby Public Schools. And then the Jenks Public School District, really, the city of Jenks makes up the minority of the Jenks Public School District. The vast majority of the homes that are in the Jenks Public School District are actually in South Tulsa. And so, all these school districts were set up way before everybody started annexing and we had all this growth and development. And so it's incumbent on the cities and the schools to work together, especially a school district like Bixby or Jenks, to work with the city of Tulsa officials and the city of Jenks officials. Same would be true with the city of the school district in Bixby with the city of Jenks. And so it's weird, and the same is true with postal codes. I mean, I think that everybody in South Jenks has a Bixby address, but they're technically in the city of Jenks. And so you have these kind of different government jurisdictions that have set up these boundaries way before we had all this annexation that has happened in the last 50 years. And so it does create kind of some weird dynamics. But, I would be happy to meet with anyone with the Bixby School District. I know that our mayor would as well. And, that's kind of why we're having this conversation right now is, if you're a Bixby school parent and you go to that elementary school down there, how can we make the right decision for you?
So yeah, that's the crux of it, right? Is
Yeah.
coordination is going on because, let's just say there's 2 kids in each one of those houses, right? Is Bixby West ready to pick up 600 more students? I don't know. I'd like to know that that coordination is going on before
Well,
decisions are made.
and that's part of our comprehensive plan. We went through this process, and it's hard to say if you live in Dutchers Crossing, Clearfield, Torrey Lakes, Providence Hills, you have to know that that ranch where those cows are, those are going to be homes. Whether they're Roush Coleman homes or whether they're Cozort homes or something, they're going to be homes, no matter what. Like, they will be homes within the next 5 years, probably. And so I think it's just kind of a matter of what is the lot size? What is the lot width? Do we want to uphold our standards, which, right now we're saying, okay, we have a PUD before us, but no matter what, Providence Hills is built, and then people complain that Clearfield Estate, or Clearfield is going to be built. Then Clearfield is built, and you have Providence Hills, and then Torrey Lakes is in between it. Well, obviously, Torrey Lakes was going to be, that area was going to be developed. You have Dutchers, 1, 2, 3, then you have Gray Oaks, and so, all of this is going to be developed. The question before us, before this council, is what type of development is it? And I think that's what we're here to talk about tonight.
Last question would be, why are we compromising on our standards with this development?
And that's the question before council tonight is, do they want to compromise or not?
Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
But good question. I would say, yeah, I think between her office planning and his office, I would think our relationship with the Bixby School District is pretty sound. Now that I've met Mr. Miller, it's the second time kind of informally, and we've got a lot of representation up here that are heavily involved in the school. So there's a lot of talking, and she came from the city of Bixby. So I think we're on pretty solid footing there, answering the question about how the government, long before we got here, but, we deal with this all the time. It kind of is what it is. I don't see any change for that, but
Thank you.
thank you for being here. HOA president, keep your head down, brother. And I've done it for 15 years in a row, and I still haven't learned my lesson. Okay, last call for the east side. We're going to move back over to the west. I don't know where we're at. Oh, we're going to go back and forth. Tell you what, since you're here, if you got somewhere to be. Yeah.
Super easy.
Yeah, we're going to let this
Catherine
slide this one
Lenhart.
time because you
I
have a
appreciate
nice
that.
necklace on.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, all right.
777 West 106th Street. So I have also a procedural question. So, because there's so many people here tonight. It said, I think it was number 15, it says adequate utilities. Is there a definition for adequate? Is there? Or how's that, could you maybe let us know, is that something that?
What page are you on, Mrs. Lenhart?
Well, I don't know, I wrote it in my notes, but it said adequate utilities, possibly number 15. So how is that determined, or what is that? Is it number 15?
Clearly going to be a question for planning
Yeah.
professionals, but we'll
Because,
we'll
I mean,
take a
just
minute
maybe
to-
basic steps, like walk us
Yeah.
through. Is that something a technical advisory committee this goes before, or is that defined in any way? What would be considered adequate? Is staff report? Actually, sorry.
do.
So the main, but the term is adequate, so that's what I was curious about. I got a lot of calls on this today. So I didn't know how to yeah, exactly, well, I tried. And then, just as this, maybe part two, if there's not a definition or like a legal threshold for the word adequate, then at what point does the city engineer or Tanner get involved in looking at a land use issue? does city engineer look at this when it comes through as a land use?
Anyone on staff, you're welcome to answer. Ms. Hilton?
All of our projects and applications are reviewed on a weekly basis with engineering present.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, because I think that what's hard for the public to digest is that if land use is a snapshot in the planning and development process, then we are asked to also make public comments at this time. I mean, we've been here before, we've all heard a lot of comments over the last year and a half or more, because a lot of you have been on the city council for a long time. So what I'm imploring a little bit is to say that even though it's a land use question, this is the part of the process that a lot of times citizens get involved, and it's the first time they see the sign, and they have 20 days to comment, and emotions are high. And so I'm just kind of asking and commenting that when the developer and the city council reach out to the constituents to see how they feel about it, you know, how impactful is that at this point in time? And that can be for any of you, because, you know, it's a very detailed presentation. I'm sure it took a lot of hours, research, due diligence, money to make it look very pretty up there. But at some point, you know, the residents only have a certain window of opportunity to talk. And so I appreciate that you are taking all the comments tonight and taking them seriously, and hopefully I'll get an answer on those two questions. But that's really my point. It's like it's such a compartmentalized process. This is the first time a lot of people get to comment, but yet we're often told, wait till that gets to zoning. And, you know, from a developer standpoint, they put a lot of effort into this, so seems like they'd want to work in harmony with the constituents, and you would want to work with your wards and neighbors too. So that's my comment.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would say one of the hardest things for the public to understand, and us too, and is this question before us tonight is there's phases to this. It's very difficult to take the emotion out once you get up here, when you're a city planner and all these professionals tell you the law states, guess what? I got here, I was frustrated with the way things work, and I haven't changed them. The law is not going to be changed by the Jenks City Council. This is a land use decision, and a lot of the questions about, does the council know if the water's going to run which direction? I have no idea where the water's going. But if their engineer gets it wrong and he's not happy and all the engineers aren't happy, they're not going to put that stamp on the document and we will never see them again. So this is a phased process. So I tell people all the time, if people engage with me before the council meeting, I remind them that this, and it's hard to understand, but we're just talking about the use. Should houses be allowed to be built here, yes or no? If we say yes, they still have to come back and do all the hard work and spend the real money. And then at that point, we can say no, or we can say yes. So there is a phased-in process. It is bound by state statute and law that we will not change. Volunteer public servants will not change the law. So the best answer I could give to all of you, if you want to understand the process, have a relationship with us. Call us, email us as soon as you can. And by the way, today on a Tuesday is not the day. So for all of you that I did not answer your call today, I'm very sorry. I have to make money, and I have a kid and a wife, and Tuesday is usually not a good day. So my apologies to those of you that did not get a return call today. Okay, we were moving back onto the west side. Anyone over here, public comment as it relates to the agenda item tonight?
Good evening, Council. Mayor Box, good to see you again. My name is Matt Clagg. I live at 13507 South 20th Street in Providence Hills. So I thought I had my questions and comments pretty well determined until I saw our pitch here, and I had to add a few to the list. Regarding the infrastructure they proposed, The ponds per se is in comparison, as many have mentioned, to our surrounding amenities to the neighborhoods that are surrounding it. One question I have, are the ponds going to be stocked? Mr. Roach mentioned that his kids like to fish, mine like to fish, Providence Hills, everybody else's does too. So I'm assuming those residents would also like that. He mentioned the high cost of maintaining infrastructure like fountains and pools. Us in Providence Hills and every other neighborhood, we are well aware. And as another resident from another neighborhood has mentioned, probably Harvard Oaks, we know what's going to happen. If they take shortcuts with this addition and don't match those amenities, those people are going to come to our neighborhoods. They're going to abuse our stuff that we pay for already, high cost, so we're going to have to make that upkeep and eat that cost ourselves. Fountains for the ponds. Somebody's mentioned it before, but I want to make a quick comment on that. They're not just pretty on paper. They're really pretty in person, as we all know. That's why we all pay for them. So again, why are we taking shortcuts here? Conceptual proposal of amenities. Conceptual proposals. There's a lot of gray there. What kind of legal binding do we have there? If they don't follow through with all these conceptual promises, what do we have legally to enforce that as the city? An HOA, it's another conceptual promise. What guarantee they're going to have an HOA to make sure they upkeep fences and yards and everything else like we all have to do? And the bottom line, is we're all reasonable people. Like their city manager said, we realize there's going to be houses built out there. It's common sense. We all know it. It's the long-term goal, right? One point I want to add to his points is it's not just the size of lots and amenities and all those things that we've all brought up. It's also the rate at which we build houses. Look, we all love our kids. We all love Jenks Trojan kids. We love Bixby kids, all the same, right? We're all neighbors. These kids, these school systems, Jenks school system, Bixby school system, is the best thing since sliced bread. Jenks has been for years, Bixby too. Let's not sacrifice those things just for $1 or for a number. So, and as far as the slideshow goes, we saw a front picture of Robinson Ranch, nice little entry fence there. We didn't see any pictures of the neighborhood. We saw Mr. Roach's backyard. Looked great. Robinson Ranch would love the views and spacing between houses. I'm sure like his neighborhood is and ours are. But we didn't see pictures of that. So, again, I appreciate y'all's time. I know you're public servants. We all appreciate you being here listening to us. We really do. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg.
Justin Little, 10531 South Coa, Jenks. I'm in the Fountain Ridge neighborhood. I just want to give some context real quick to the school bus piece. Where that came from initially was there was a lot of discussion because they were going to have one single car garages, and we were talking about parking on the street. And that was the reason, because it was actually me that came up and talked about it and said, hey, there's got to be somewhere for these kids to go if everybody's parking on the street to be able to go get the school bus. So based on the lot size and things like that, there may still need to be discussion about that, but that's where that actually originated. But the other thing is, and this kind of goes to what Kat was saying from a procedural standpoint, I understand what the procedure is. I just want to challenge the thought process around it, because it doesn't always, as citizens, we want to know what the final answer, and that's what these folks want to know, what the final answer is going to be. Sometimes, so that way, as we go through the process, you know what's coming, and it doesn't change. One of the things I appreciate about you, Councilor Murray, is it's probably been 6 months ago, there was a piece of property over by the 75 that did not meet the requirements that was put out by the UDO. The city decided at that point, with your objection, to just let it pass, because what's already done is already done. And I think that's why we're challenging the thought process around, we should be able to know what's going to happen in the future, so that way, if there are amendments to not UDO, but to the PUD, and things that are happening, there are minor amendments that get buried in a consent agenda and things like that. And so I just challenge the thought process of the council That's why the citizens are asking for those questions, and why we're going to continue to challenge those questions of what the end game actually is. So, thank you.
Really? Oh, I don't know. Okay, anyone, anyone else in the third row? Good evening.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Cheryl Halls, and I live in the Gray Oaks neighborhood. I live on 35th Place, which is the first street south of Harvard as you enter in. Our home is on a third of an acre, well, it's 0.33 something acres. It's one of the smallest lots in the whole neighborhood there. I moved from Gilbert, Arizona in December, and we moved here to be close to our grandson. So we actually do spend a lot of time outdoors with our grandson, and the thing that he does, he's 2, but he rides his bike, and he's on a little, toddler bike. So we do go down to the park down there in our neighborhood. But what we love, which we can't do in my son's neighborhood, who also lives here because he's in a smaller type of a build out, it's just dangerous in his neighborhood. So he brings our grandson over there to our house, and we often just ride him around because of the space. There's just more space between it. I am concerned. When we moved to Jenks, we looked everywhere. I can't even tell you how many houses we looked at. And the area I came from had grain silos. And the reason we moved here is because that little area had the same grain silos. And just the feel of the whole area just felt so good. And your downtown, I love it. I love everything about Jenks. I cried to my family telling them we just moved to such a beautiful place with the kindest people and the kindest hearts. I worry about having such a big development of so many homes. I have seen in parts of where I grew up in Arizona, I lived there for 50 years of my life, I've seen so many home developments come in, and the really small ones, some of them are geared for retired people, so they're there half the year, but the ones that are geared for the families that are younger just fall apart. They literally do. People move into them, unless they're given a lot of upgrades to begin with. The front yards are landscaped well. There's good space between the street and the sidewalk, and they look appealing. They don't maintain their value. You really have to work on that. And most of these developers, and from what I've read online from the reviews, this builder has a lot of negative reviews. And I'm so sorry, but there's a lot of negative reviews about it, how quickly they build, how they throw them together, how there's not a lot of attention to detail, how much work has to be done in the first few months. And I understand that because any new home, you're going to have to keep on top of that for the first year anyway. But I do worry that it is quantity over quality. And I do worry for you guys. I've seen a lot. I've been around. And so I just want the best for this city, and I just don't feel like this type of a development would be best. I also feel like you're giving up a lot of ag land, and you guys might take it for granted because there's so much of it, but it is precious having ag land. And I know that you want to I don't know if it's already changed in the zoning where it's going to be outside of ag land. I'd give anything to own ag land and have animal rights and things. And so that's obviously, if something like this goes in there, I'm going to leave because I love having something like that around. And it's really something you need to honor and respect. It is a privilege to have that in your city. It is just a privilege. So that's all. Thank you so much. Good to meet all of you. And I hope to see you again.
Well, thank you, and welcome to Jenks. And Cheryl, the land's for sale. Yes, sir. We're getting to the point, we're kind of making our way halfway through. If your point is exactly the same as this one before you, I'm not going to deny your opportunity to speak, but it would be good if you come up and say, I agree with these points, and whether you are not for or against. Would that be fair? Okay, very well. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. Rodrigo Soto. I live in 728 West 110th Place South, and I have to look up my address for my new house where I'm moving because I haven't even moved in yet. 2726 East 130th, so I'm going to be directly across the street from this place. I'm very sensitive to what Mr. Roach said about small houses and families being able to afford houses and being able to move up on the scale. During the course of my training and education, I had to live in houses like that that were very small. And after each kid and moving up and being able to make enough money, I can move to a bigger house. The only time I ever had a situation where I ever felt unsafe was when we had a situation like this in Dallas. And my wife wouldn't let me run out in the mornings anymore because there were gunshots. And I'm very worried that that would happen again in my new house. Second, he was mentioning young professionals. We were very meticulous about where we chose to move because we loved living in Jenks. We didn't want to move until this house came on sale. And we mapped it out to see if we can get to our work on time based on the expansion of Elm, how large 131st is, a very small road. But we thought there's large lots here. Not many people the traffic is going to be as bad as we suspected. Timed it several times. To my dismay, after we found out we were closing, one of the neighbors says, well, have you found out about that project? Completely threw everything that we thought we had under plans completely out the window. So now we're worried this is going to really affect how we can get to work, especially young professionals that Mr. Roach mentioned, young professionals. Unless you're working remotely, you're not going to be able to do that with these roads. If you need to get into Tulsa or any farther away than we do, we have to get to like 100 to 61st and Yale. Also, it's just not in keeping with the existing neighborhoods. I'm very sensitive to what was said previously. I agree with the existing builds. There are other builds like this, but if you were to build something like this, you'd subvert customers and investment from people like myself that have worked for a long time to be able to afford a house in an area like this part of town where we do want to sit deep roots. And I'm afraid to say it as well that the type of person you may attract from a house like this and housing project like this would be more transient and not somebody that cares as much about the community like myself and my young family do, that we plan on being there for a very long time. Not families who are going to be living in a community like this. Not somebody who cares about the community like Jenks and Bixby, like this gentleman said before me. So I would implore you and anybody watching on camera as well to think not short-term and short-sighted, but think about what's made Jenks and Bixby great. And don't become like where I came from in Dallas. This stuff, that type of stuff happens, you can't come back from it.
Anyone else on the east? Yes, ma'am.
Can I give you guys something? On the back is an amenities list of nearby neighborhoods. I know we've spoken.
Yeah, you can.
If I don't read my letter, I'm gonna squirrel.
Thank you.
My name is Carly Head. I live at 2029 East 134th Street South. I am the president of Providence Hills HOA. If I don't read this letter, I will squirrel, so I'm going to read this letter as quick as I can. I'm writing to express my concern with several issues with the proposed River Falls neighborhood. One in particular is regarding the current situation with amenities or lack thereof, particularly in comparison to surrounding areas such as Providence Hills, Torrey Lake, Stutcher's Crossing, and Fraser Meadows. Attached behind the letter I gave you is a list of all the neighborhoods with their amenities, so you are aware of their vast variances. One of the primary issues Providence Hills has with the proposed neighborhood is that we are facing is the lack of adequate amenities in River Falls. Having the Roush Coleman representative mention at the Jenks City Planning meeting like a couple months ago that kids ages 11 to 16 want to get back to nature and play in green spaces and creeks is very far-reaching. My kid is 12 and he likes his iPad. When he doesn't like his iPad, he likes to be out at the basketball court, at the pool, at the splash pad. But unfortunately, due to the absence of these such amenities in River Falls, the children have a significant risk of injury by either playing in the streets in their own neighborhood, and they also pose even more significant risk of injury by potentially crossing a dangerous street like Harvard to access such amenities in my neighborhood. This is a big safety risk to our children as they navigate traffic to reach recreational options that suit their wishes. During my research into Roush Coleman Homes, I found that they highly rely on adjacent city facilities and close-by subdivisions for their residents to use. Their lack of even very basic amenities in most of their neighborhoods is a tactic, while I know to save money, it puts an unnecessary strain on nearby neighborhood finances and also city finances for upkeep on their amenities. The city of Jenks has not yet provided parks and recreational facilities within walking distance, and they should rely on the developer for internal amenities to be put in for the financial burden doesn't fall on Providence Hills. It says, as a resident, I value safety and security of our neighborhood. However, with the influx of new homes, there comes increased demand for police and fire services to ensure the safety of residents, manage traffic flow, and respond to emergencies effectively. Our Jenks Police Department is already facing challenges in meeting these demands, and with the opening of the new Simon Outlet Mall, it will further stretch their resources, even with the increased staffing that we've gotten. Adding hundreds of homes without a proportional increase in police resources jeopardizes our community's safety, and it could lead to longer response times to emergencies, reduced patrol presence in residential areas, and challenges in maintaining public during off-peak times. As I've been sitting in this meeting, I got my vice president called, and we've had to call the Jenks police out to our pool because people from another neighborhood has jumped our pool and are vandalizing our pool as we speak. So only adding more homes is going to increase this that we're dealing with right now. In conclusion, I ask the Jenks City Council to address this critical issue highlighted regarding the proposed River Falls neighborhood and the expansion of residential amenities. The disparity in amenities between River Falls and neighborhood communities like Providence Hills is concerning, particularly for the safety of our children who may cross Harvard to access recreational facilities that suit their needs. This situation not only poses significant safety risks, but also places an unfair financial burden on Providence Hills residents who already contend with overcrowding amenities. Thank you for attention on these pressing matters. I trust that the City Council will take proactive steps to address these concerns and safeguard the well-being of our community. I look forward to your support in advocating for the necessary improvements to ensure the well-being and development of all residents, especially the children in River Falls. I request that this application be deferred until the increase of significant neighborhood amenities are required.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Mrs.
you.
Head. Anyone else in that row? Okay, we can come back over here to wherever we were. Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3, row 5. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Good, how are you? I'm Ronnie Lutz, I'm on the board at Dutcher's Crossing.
And your last name, sir?
Lutz, L-U-T-Z.
Thank you.
So, we agree with a lot of what has already been said.
Oh, so for the record, we do need your address.
13905 South 27th Street.
Thank you.
So, just to shine some light on, I mean, the stance for our board is that we are against residential approval at this time until it's an appropriate development. Now, the reason, just to give some actual numbers on what our, on top of what's already been said, but just actual things that we're dealing with in our neighborhood. In the last 4 years, we've had to spend $80,000 to dig out a pond because of the development that came in with some of the appropriate neighborhoods, okay? Now, I've been there 4 years, and I can tell you to go with this development plan of 10 years, I don't believe that's accurate, because I've been here 4 years, and I've seen 4 neighborhoods completely developed, large homes. And what that has caused is the runoffs and soot and all that. Before all the drainage is even needed, we have 4 ponds that are vital to keep our neighborhoods from being in a floodplain. And these are not small ponds. The first one filled, we spent 80 grand to get that out. We had to take a loan to get it because the structure of our HOA when it was developed was not financed appropriately. So we had to, thankfully the rate at that time was low. But this year, because of the water flow once these developments finished, it actually washed out our 2 spillways. So we had to spend over $30,000 to reassure these spillways just to handle the extra water flow that's coming from no dirt. We are about to have another meeting to discuss not if, but when we can afford to spend another $50,000 to dig out our pond 2. We have 2 more. So I'm here to tell you, the board before us, and then our board, we've come to Jenks, we've tried to figure out, is there any way for us to get support? Do you know how many households are in Dutcher's Crossing that are fronting all of this? 227. Our HOA dues have doubled in 4 years. That's not fun for someone on the board to try to be a fiduciary and do what's best for our homeowners with something that we absolutely have no control over. So as our stance right now is that we want this approval to go from agricultural to residential to not be approved until that we know that there's going to be appropriate drainage. Not that that's what this meeting is for, but it's very important. Our stance is we don't want a line of water to come through Gray Oaks, to come to Dutcher's Crossing, any of that. It needs to go east in a way, because quite frankly, if much more water comes through there and we don't have the money to dig it out, it will become a flood issue. And that's a way bigger issue. I am an insurance agent. I can tell you right now that is a big time issue. And so that is our stance on Dutcher's Crossing. I know that's not necessarily what this meeting is about, but it's very important. And for 227 homeowners to have to deal with all of that on top of what we're dealing with right now, it is absolutely crazy. So that's what our board stance is.
Thank you, Mr. Lutz. Appreciate it. Moving across the aisle, can't really see anyone. Okay, we can, you? Yeah. We're getting back into the nosebleeds. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Josh Calhoun, 2130 East 132nd Street South, Bixby, Oklahoma.
What subdivision is that?
Providence Hills.
Thank you.
So I agree, first off, with everything that's been said. I wanted to point out a couple of things that I noticed. We noticed earlier that the ponds are not going to have fountains. So those are going to be mosquito-infested ponds. And the builder tried to present this as potentially retirement homes, but there's no gate. So there's not going to be retirees moving over here at all. The other thing is, I moved from 15th and 129th, where we heard gunshots every Saturday. We decided to move for 2 reasons. My grandma came over, and there was 3 gunshots right behind my house, and my grandma just dropped to the ground. And then the other thing, too, is if you look on a sex offender map, there's 99 plus sex offenders where I lived. So I moved down here to get away from that. My backyard is going to be facing this. And if these become retirement home or rental properties, it's just going to turn back into what I moved away from, and I'll have to move away again. Thank you.
Oh,
I
thank you.
apologize. Can you repeat your name?
Josh Calhoun.
Yeah.
Traditional spelling.
One thing I forgot to mention too, I've got 2 TPD officers as part of my family. Police officers don't just handle crimes. They probably handle crimes 20-25% of the time. Most of the time they're customer service. And this is going to add so much customer service requests, dealing with animals and arguments and other things like that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Alcaro.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anyone else on back row? Okay, we're back over here. Where are we? Back. Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't see. No, we're still over here. I didn't see you. Good evening.
Good evening. I didn't have any intention of coming to speak here tonight,
Okay.
but I recently closed on a house.
Can I ask
First
you
of all-
your-
Yes, first of all, my name is Julie Soto, and and I live at 728 West 110th Place South. We've lived here for 5 years. I love this community. I love Jenks. We are currently buying a house across the street from this development. We closed on it less than a week ago, and to my dismay, this became aware to me that they're building these extremely low development, very small lots, extremely out of character size caliber with anything in the surrounding area, which is extreme concern to me with young children. This is where we're wanting to build the future for our family, to get in the outdoors. I'm worried about crime, particularly safety. I think the RS3 exceptions you're requesting, those are a minimum set for a reason. Why are we making exceptions for that? I think it's a bigger concern. I know you said that this is just a loaning, or you're just rezoning the land. It's just a land use change, that's it. But I feel like with the recent concerns that a lot of the community, and I've seen over the past year and a half, because I've been at several meetings but never wanted to speak because I didn't want to speak tonight either, is that you come, you want to hear, you want to know what's going on, and then things just process and move along. It doesn't matter what the concerns are. So I personally feel this is an issue not only for Jenks, because it's a City of Jenks issue, but it's a Bigsby Schools problem. So it's a Bigsby address, but it's a City of Jenks just approving the land use change, and then they're going to affect both communities more drastically, Bigsby. I feel like the Bigsby Schools, before the land use change gets enacted and approved, I think it should not be approved tonight. I think it should be put later. It should be even put to where Bigsby Schools gets to get involved before the land use change gets approved. I think the Bigsby community should get involved before the land use change gets approved. I think the Jenks citizens as well. I think that it's drastically is going to affect everybody with the change. There's already been drastic changes with traffic. As they all mentioned, we all have traffic concerns. I'm a full-time working mom, same thing. My husband already spoke tonight. Those are major concerns for us with this move. We were just excited about less than a week ago. Now we're no longer excited. We're actually a little scared. And I don't like that. So I would like to be able to maybe be able to bring this to a public vote. Could both the communities of Jenks and Bigsby become aware of this and vote on it? Is it good for the communities of both areas, considering it's a Jenks City traffic issue, but a Bigsby school concern, overcrowding, traffic, drainage, crime, everything that's being mentioned tonight. I think the lots are too small. I think this should be taken to half the number of houses in that area. I think the lot sizes should not be made exception to be that small. Why are you making why are there, like, oh, we have to make exceptions for the RS3? That's our minimum standard now, but how many of those, 40%? Is that what they said? We're gonna have to be below that standard? I mean, I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think that we should just agree to just change the land use, because once you change the zoning, then do they get full reign to just do whatever they want in the area? I mean, when does that get, I don't know, I'm a little new to this, so I apologize. Like I said, I didn't plan to, I've obviously not prepared a speech, and I don't like public speaking. I did not want to come up here, but I just have a lot of concerns, and I feel like that we don't get our opinion ever gets any clout, because I don't know. So, thank you for your time.
Couple things real quick.
Yes.
You said it quickly. What was your address again? I don't even think we got it when your husband spoke. Can we get your address? Yeah.
728 West 110th Place South in Haddington Heights and Jenks.
Oh,
But
Haddington
I just
Heights.
bought,
Okay.
I just closed on a home.
So right down here.
That'll be
Okay.
across the street.
Yeah. Hey, you did a
What I
good,
hope does not get approved tonight or in the future.
you did a good job
Thank you.
for first time. Thank you. Haddington Heights. Over there by Walmart, right? Yeah, okay.
Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration to.
Yes,
to not
ma'am,
pass
and
this.
welcome to
I'm
Jenks
speaking for a
America.
lot of people in my new neighborhood that there's significant concerns with this development being allowed to be approved at any time in the future when it's of this nature, especially with things like the mailboxes. There's a lot of safety concerns priority, but thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Anyone else? Either side, I'm not really sure where we're at. Are we in the back row yet? I think she jumped up first, so we'll say, you can decide. Good evening.
I live at 2407 East 138th Street in Bixby, Dutchers Crossing, and
And your name?
Patty Garrison.
Patty Garrison? Thank you.
My grandchildren go to Bixby schools, but you are my mayor. I live in the city of Jenks, and this is where I vote, and I'm asking you to deny this request. And I hope that even though it's not Jinx schools, that you do care about Bixby schools.
Of course we do. We're trying very hard to keep all the great football players out of that
Okay.
school system of yours.
All right.
I mean, you don't know what kind of pressure we're under here.
I know you're joking about it, but I want for you to tell me that you do care about Bixby schools, because a lot of your residents, children and grandchildren attend Bixby schools, and we don't have any more room.
We do, and of course I was joking.
Okay.
I'm just trying to find
I
a little
know.
joy in
I understand.
bring the crowd back.
Well, your citizens aren't
yeah.
feeling joy. Okay? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'm glad you came. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, the pressure's on. You got to bring even more joy. Yeah.
Really is a bad pressure.
No, that's okay. Good evening.
I'm speaking for the development. My name is Robin Rosencutter. I live at 16421 South Trees in Bixby. I've lived in Jenks most of my life. And I've sold probably 80% of the raw land that development set on in Jenks. But what I think people need to understand is that when we start saying that $250,000 houses are the dredge of the earth, when we have the illustrious firemen and policemen here in the audience today, it takes you $51,300 to qualify for a $250,000 house with no debt. You talk about not having the amounts and the amenities that you want, and I think those are things that are negotiable and should be talked about, and I really appreciate everybody's involvement. You talk about not having a reference or not having very many houses with 40-foot lots, but in Wakefield Village, which I was a part of selling, they had Wakefield Village where the gated area is, and right beside it, they had 40-foot lots, and it hasn't hurt the development whatsoever. I just think that we have to be also cognitive of the fact that the Rows that have owned this land for over 100 acres, they don't want to move. They have to move. Their fences are cut so people can ride their four-wheelers on it. Their animals are let out, and they're a danger to all of the neighbors involved and a real liability for them. They had people coming into their pasture where they have a giant bull. They had people trying to fish on their ponds. And absolutely true. They had people shooting fireworks at their hay. They called the police multiple times. They had people pulling up in golf carts, their children, throwing things at their horses and their animals just the other day. And I have videos of a lot of this stuff. But at the same time, Providence Hills, I lived in Sunrise Ridge when I sold Providence Hills, which I did sell. My neighbors didn't speak to me for 5 years because I brought Providence Hills here. And the fact was, I didn't actually sell it to Providence Hills. Mike Wallace did, but I sold it 4 times in 18 months. But as much as things change, they stay the same. Everybody wants to protest what they're afraid of. And they have some very valid points. I'm not saying that they don't, but you also need to see the side of everybody's picture. And these sellers need to sell this property and get on down south. They have another generation of farmers coming up. They grow wheat and barley and soy and all the things that sustain us, and we're all going to need a beer after this meeting. So thanks for the barley. But I'm just joking with you and trying to make light of the fact that you really do need to see all sides of this. And I really do appreciate everybody's coming and everybody's opinion, and I hear them. But at the same time, I think sometimes we get a little caught up in it and don't realize that there's some facts there too. Providence Hills has whole streets of rentals, and they know it. You know, that's not anything new to this community or that they're going to be bringing. It's just time for us to just do our jobs, make sure that we do the best for Jenks. But when $250,000 is the dregs of society, we're in trouble as a society. And I think we all know that also. And I thank you for your time. It's a
Mrs.
hard
Rosencutter,
job.
how long have you been the listing agent on this? How long
5
has it been
years.
on the market?
5 years.
This has been on the market for 5 years?
Mhm.
You've had the listing the entire time?
I have.
Okay.
Well, I think they had it with somebody else previous to me a couple of years. But not only about that, but we've sold it very slowly and very deliberately. I love you guys. You guys are wonderful people, and what you're saying is true. But we worked really hard to bring in the best and highest use on this property, and also ascertain their goals of getting them out of here so that they can still keep bringing food to our tables. That's all. I thank you for your time, too.
Thank you, Rob. Last call for the public, either side. Yes, ma'am. You wore your Spartan shirt tonight.
I did. I'm representing.
Oh, you get 1 minute. I'm
do
kidding.
I?
I'm just playing.
So I absolutely did not plan on speaking. I hate public speaking.
Can we start with the name and address and where you live, if you don't mind?
I am Tiffany Huckabee. My address is 2804 East 130th Street South. I'm actually in Fraser Lake Estates, on the north side of the farm. My house actually faces the farm. I see the farm every single day. I was objecting to what she said because I've never once seen anyone on their property fishing their ponds other than them, anything like that. So I'm also sensitive to what she's saying. No one is trying to make it seem like $250,000 homes are the dredge of anything, because that's where my husband and I started. We actually moved from Jenks in a Simmons home. We have, over the years, worked very hard to own a house that we are in today. I have young children that go to Bixby. I'm concerned of the overcrowding. I am concerned of devaluing the property that we have worked very hard for to be able to afford a home like that. That is mainly my concern. The traffic, I personally do not see very many Jenks police patrolling out in that area. Traffic flies down 131st in that area, as well as I see Kimberly Clark Road every day. People will get out there, they will drag race down down Kimberly Clark very fast. There are semis that go up and down that road every single day. They come down 131st when I know that's not allowed, but it happens. I'm also concerned with when you get to the end of Kimberly Clark at 151st, there's no stoplight there. So you have to think about increased traffic trying to cross 151st off of Kimberly Clark. There's going to be multiple accidents there. If you think of as many families that are going to move into this, they're going to have 16-year-old drivers. There's already been tragedies that have happened on 151st, and I would hate for more to happen. So no one is against developing that land. I would just love to see it something that is not going to devalue my property and everybody else that's here today that has worked very hard to be where they are at today. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Huckabee. Anyone else? Last call. How about the CIA agents in the back? You guys got anything? Okay. Sorry. It's just, you're in the dark, and I thought I saw earbuds or something. So, I don't know. Just trying to keep the mood light. All right, it's 9:10 p.m. Do we, anyone? Well, because you have this, you need are we good? Want to keep going? Next round? All right, so we're going to close the floor to the public. Thank you guys all for your best efforts. I only think one of you really busted the 4-minute mark, which is great. And I appreciate you being here tonight. I hope we can see you on nights when there's not something controversial to talk about. We would love to have you come back and be a part of this process. So we are going to give the applicant chance to, I don't know if the word's rebuttal, but I think it's only fair. You guys probably took really good notes, and I think at this point it's your option.
We may have to call this a filibuster to answer all the questions from everybody.
I want you to know you're not under a time constraint as the applicant, so, but if
In all seriousness, my bedtime is 8:30. So
Okay.
I will try to get through this quickly.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Okay, we took lots of notes. I literally ran out of ink in my pen. I'm going to answer some questions. Zach's going to answer some questions, and then we can answer your questions if you have any. There was a lady who had concern about electric. She was on the East Central Electric Co-op service. We have confirmed that this development is in PSO service area and East Central service area, so we'll have a choice on who we use. So there are options for electric at this property. Drainage, as I talked about earlier, drainage is going to be a strict review and design process. It's designed by professional licensed civil engineers at our office. It's reviewed by licensed engineers at the city's office. And for the record, Dutcher's Crossing is a very unique case, and Tanner Consulting did not design it. Utilities, there was a question about adequate utilities. I cannot define adequate other than the city of Jenks, and we have met with the city on multiple occasions, has not identified anything that is not normal in typical residential development. I have no concerns about utilities at this time, and we can't advise our clients to move forward with a project if there are utility concerns. Been a lot of discussion on, does this fit? Is this the right thing for this area? The lots are too small. They don't match what's around us. And I have to imagine the first time a 60-foot wide subdivision went in and surrounded by ag on all four sides, those farmers probably threw a fit. Maybe not the ones selling the land, but the rest of them may have thrown a fit. The market changes and developers change the product they are selling with the market. I don't decide, the developer doesn't decide, the people buying the homes decides. And I want you to think about, what tax bracket do I have to live in, or do I have to be in to live in the city of Jenks? We had a lot of concerned individuals about this project, but for a lot of people, that's what it came down to. They did not like the price of these homes, and I don't think Jenks should be a city that if I don't make a certain amount of money, I don't have the opportunity to live here. And that's something I'm passionate about. I'm lucky enough to, people say they've heard the term dinks. Double income, no kids. I work, my husband works, no kids. It's nice. But I have siblings, my mom, they're teachers that are in a different situation. They should be able to live in the city of Jenks if they so chose. So I'm gonna turn it over to Zach, and I'll be around if you want to hear from me again. Thanks.
Thank you, Megan. Okay, in the spirit of trying to continue moving this forward at a rapid pace, I've got the notes that I've got, and I'll try and go through quickly. The topic of brick had come up. This is 100% brick in the PUD to the base plate, so that is a non-starter for that. It's in the language in the PUD. The discussion about the school district, I feel like that was touched on pretty well. This is something that school districts reach out to developers. Actually, when in Oklahoma City, more public schools used to reach out to me all the time asking about where you guys going, what are you thinking? So I know there's coordination that goes on, plus the timeline, the phasing. I think that there is adequate foreknowledge of that. I wish that we built schools first and filled them with kids, but growing up in Edmond, that ain't the way it works typically. And so it's that dance between having enough foresight to try and plan and not getting caught completely off guard, and then just accepting the reality of when you live in a great place, you have a desirable school district, this is going to be the net result of that. So in a roundabout way, it's a testament to how well the area is doing. The one thing that this is something that I hear often is comps, and the comps actually argument has a paradoxical truth to it, and that is the smaller the home, the higher the price per square foot. And there's a real easy way to look at that. When you go down and do the 1,000 or 1,200 square foot homes, you actually get higher comp rates. And I would invite you to discuss that with any appraisers or anybody that you know that's in the industry. And the reason's real simple. If you've got a bathroom that you can spread over 2,000 square feet or a bathroom you can spread over 1,000 square feet, the math says it just costs the same. It's just how many dollars divided by how many square feet. And so what we do is we actually see the smaller the home tends to be the highest price per square foot home that we've got, and then the larger it goes, it gets cheaper and cheaper on a comp space. Now, appraisers, if you know anything about how appraisers work, they're not going to look at a 3,600 square foot house compared to 1,200 square foot house. They're going to take into things accounts like age of the home, number of bedrooms, location, things like that. And so that's how that market works. The rental concerns about, having issues with renters, there are ways that you can try and manage that with an HOA. We'd be open to discussing those with this body at this time. The quiet part spoken out loud is after about the first or second transaction, it becomes increasingly harder to track that. But we'd be willing to have a conversation about that if that's a sticking point. The Zillow slide comment about trying to, or not having houses that were not in this area, I feel like that proves my point. This is an opportunity to expand the reach of affordable housing in this area. It's desperately needed according to the market. The cluster mailbox issue, that's one that's driven by the post office. There's a couple of ways you can handle that. If you got enough planning, you can plan for it. We've got a parking lot that we're suggesting in where our playground is at, so you can do them centralized. One of the ones that I like to do is personal preference is called decentralized, where you take those 16 mailboxes, you put them one on every block, and that way people can walk to them. You don't get just a ton of cars. So when you work, but it's going to depend on the individual postmaster that you work with and their proclivity towards wanting to be able to work with you as a developer on that. I don't know this for sure. Every city that I've worked in recently mandates that the developer have an HOA. We will have one regardless. I believe Jenks is going to require that. So, shaking her head yes. So that's not an option. We have to have an HOA. The size of the development that had come up, this is within the base zoning RS3 density. And so all I'm saying on that is that the city's own standards on just the base standards outside of the PUD say that we are in compliance with that, and we're not asking for any more or less that's already in there. Transient population linked to housing. A couple, one's personal, one's just a data point. Just the data point is that our market research says that our buyers are going to make an average annual income of somewhere around $81,000. I don't know that that qualifies for transient. The personal part of this, I grew up poor in Richtown. I lived in a 1,000 square foot house in Edmond, lived on one teacher's salary. I take great offense that the size of your home somehow has something to do with your quality as a person or your proclivity towards committing crimes. And that's something that just sticks in my craw because I was the guy in the 1,000 square foot house in a nice city. So we don't see that. The market data doesn't prove that out. And I don't think that's something that we're going to have to worry about at all. Amenities. Talking about kids using amenities. Every kid's going to have a little bit different opinion on that. What I can say is, and this is something that we addressed earlier in the layout discussion with the amenities, when you do good planning, when you make it conducive for those sight lines so that parents feel comfortable having their kids out, that's how you can help it. You can't force every kid to go outside. I got 3 kids, and they all want to be on iPads too. But that's why I feel comfortable shoving them out the back door using the 4-foot fence to get in those green spots. And at least I have the chance to be able to get them outside and enjoy that. Runoff considerations. That's another one that's near and dear to my heart. The gentleman who spoke was absolutely correct. If you do not control dirt, you can create massive issues. The good news is that we are regulated by no less than 3 government agencies, including the City of Jenks, the DEQ, and the EPA. And if we mess that up, we can be subject to up to $50,000 a day fines. And it's not good. It's not a good look for your neighborhood. I always joke with our stormwater inspectors that we would do this even if you weren't here because that's a bad look to have mud in your streets. So we want to be proactive on that, and we want to make sure that we don't do that downstream. And it's a potential issue from the federal government, state government, and your local government if you do. And last but not least, working with emergency fire and police. That's going to be something that we coordinate with the city on. The city's going to be involved in that from day one. I'm sure the fire chief will be. I've never worked in Jenks, but I'm sure the fire chief reviews traffic layouts and patterns, and they are well communicated with 911 when you do all that. So they have a lot of heads up and heads notice on all of that, and it's something that's just part and parcel for being a city with any kind of emergency services. So I think I've covered all the questions I had written down on that end.
Sorry, sir, did you say that your lots are exceeding RS3 requirements?
The density, when we talked about density, it was within the tolerance, within the RS3 density requirements.
Okay. But in lineal feet?
In terms of units per acre, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, got it. All right, thank you, Mr. Roach. Any questions for Mr. Roach while we have him here? Do you want to keep him here, or do you want to just start discussion? Oh, okay, well, you're in the front row. You don't have to go too far. So if you're in the back row, I'd probably say you stay. Okay, we're going to close the floor. Anyone else from their Ouch team? All right, very well. Close the floor, open the floor up to council. We'll go ahead and start over here on my left. Anybody, whoever wants to get started, light the mic and we'll get going. Mr. Short.
As I mentioned earlier, you know, one of the things that I am keenly attuned to with respect to this PUD is the proximity issue. This is our last piece of virgin land, in essence, in Jenks. So I'm very aware of what the impact of having something that is dramatically different than the surrounding areas. So I'm very attuned to that, as I mentioned earlier. With respect to the school system, I think everyone needs to be very clear. Every single decision we make, we look through the lens of the Jenks Public Schools and the Bixby Public Schools. I want you all to know that deepest heart. My family's been here for 120 years. My kids were fourth generation Trojans. I protect our public schools vigorously. Spent 9 years working for the Jenks Public Schools Foundation. You all need to understand, Bixby Schools has the second best superintendent in the state, behind Stacy Butterfield. I love Rob. He is fantastic. Keep him happy. Whatever you do, keep him happy, because he is a prince of a person and an outstanding administrator. So when we talk about, when the concerns come up about overcrowding, and you need to understand these administrations are so far ahead of you guys. I mean, they're looking out 50 years and what is anticipated, and they're just projecting what is going to happen with this raw land. And where it can get a little wonky is if, for instance, they knew this was going to be a residential area. I mean, it's obvious, but if we put a 1,000-unit apartment complex on here, that would change their math. That's not part of this equation, obviously, but I want you all to know that I think very sincerely we look at every decision we make, because I was told early on in my council career that every decision I make is a 100-year decision, whether it's a road, a bridge, lot rezoning. Everything we do is going to last for 100 years. So, we are attuned to this. I want you to be made crystal clear. I have a problem with this neighborhood because it does not look like the other neighborhoods from a proximity around it. Jenks is very blessed. We are the youngest, highest educated, and has the highest per capita income of any zip code in the state. I'm not going to apologize for that. That is what it is. This is not a geographically landlocked area like I always use the example Telluride, Colorado, where you cannot build anything, and so everything's expensive. We've got land south of us that's not ours. It will be developed. It will satisfy the mission of not obtainable housing. So I'm not going to apologize for that. I think that if this development was redone under this, under the same specifics that the surrounding proximity, i.e. 50-plus wide lots, amenities equal to what the HOA president from Providence, outlined, swimming pool, clubhouse, basketball court, those kind of amenities are approximate to the surrounding neighborhoods. I'm in favor of this. At some point, this is going to happen, but it's our job to make sure that we hear you. We heard you hours ago, days ago, weeks ago, frankly. This process is difficult. It's not easy. It's not, there's a lot that goes on in behind closed doors. The staff works their butts off to make sure that these things are brought to the public in as a timely manner as possible. We appreciate your input. We dearly take it under consideration. Many, many times these meetings, it appears on the surface that we make these decisions just because they're handed to us, you know, and we in a packet, and we just make the decision. And I just want you all to know that at least I'm confident, I speak for everyone on this council with this, that we do take this very seriously, and we look at these things very diligently and take the time and effort on a volunteer basis to look at these things. So I'll stop.
Thank you, Mrs. Short. I would say the worst thing about what we do is that we're just simply subject to the law. And the law sometimes is in conflict with our emotions and how we feel about our neighbors. It's the worst thing here, which is kind of why in the first 8 hours of OML training, when I walked out the door, they said, congratulations, you've made it. Everything you do from this point forward will get you sued. That's all the advice they had. And there's this giant law that was already put in place, and city planners have been trying to follow it for a long time. So to Kevin's point, when we do get here, there's things coming up on the agenda that I am completely opposed to, but the law says, and I hate the law sometimes, but it is what it is. I want you guys to understand kind of where we're coming from. All right, anyone else? Mr. Murray.
As to the schools, was mentioned about Bixby schools and Jenks schools. I live in Bixby School District, and I have 4 grandchildren in Bixby schools. So I appreciate what they do as well as representing Jenks and what they do. And I know from talking to them that some of those classes are overcrowded as it is, not mentioning everybody else. Coming from my background, I worry about traffic, and I know that the traffic you can't do an awful lot with unless you have the infrastructure. Us doing something on Elm and widening it, that's going to help a lot, but it's only going to 131st at Elm. And so when you go east, and all of these developments that are at Lewis and Harvard and Kimberly Clark Road, the traffic's got to go somewhere. And you've got a 4-way stop at 131st and Harvard. And I can just imagine, as somebody mentioned earlier, you know, you're going south and you go down that traffic. I work at First Baptist Jenks, and I try to get out of there at 4:30 in the afternoon, and I've got to wait a while just to get out of there, and I live about a mile south of that, so it takes a while. You know, 4-way stop, you know, you got to be dependent on everybody else being friendly and, okay, you know, yeah, you go. Well, we've got that there at 121st and Elwood, and eventually, we've been told the county's going to put in a signal light. Well, that's great, but until that time, everybody's got to be nicey nice. And I see that the same is going to be at 131st and Harvard. And people have been nicey nice so far, and I can commend the Chief Jackson and the police department. I know there are some officers I talk to that they like to hand out gift certificates from the city of Jenks for people that go too fast on 131st. So there are police officers down in that area, and I assure you that if not, I'll be one of the first to call the chief's office and say, hey, we need some protection. And I've called him before, and he knows that. And so that's my concern. I know that. You're talking about a pool, and Mrs. Head about the pool in Providence Hills. The pool, we've got 2 pools where I live. You know, it doesn't stop somebody from grabbing the gate before somebody else has used a fob to get in. They climb over the fence, they do stuff. We've got a pickleball court, we've got playground, we've got kids that don't even live there, that come in and play soccer on weekends. We've got signs, you know, for residents only. Well, the chief knows that he gets a call from me sometimes, and they'll come out and do stuff. So it's hard, and I don't care whether this edition has a pool or not. There's going to be things that you know, people are going to do, but there's just those concerns that I want to make sure that we look at. And like Councilor Short said, that you know, we have to look at all this stuff, and we're here to try to make sure that we do what looks like it's going to be best for everybody, and we don't try to hide anything. We try to be transparent, and sometimes, someone mentioned about letting the constituents know what's going on. I guarantee you, everything that we do in here is recorded, it's documented, and anybody can come and take a look at it anytime. So I just want to throw that out.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Head back over here to the, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Looking just
Gonna
at
ping
this,
pong like we did earlier, but.
Rodney Klein, 2102, I'm just kidding. Okay. 28-year career teacher here, looking at this map and realizing the current state of education, not just in Oklahoma, but a lot of places. We're talking about a tremendous amount of students who may be inserted into the Bixby school system, and that seems to be a big issue, but are we thinking about the other direction? Let's say Rob Miller and Bixby is way out in front of this, and they have the building ready to go for students. Great. Let's say somehow the state of Oklahoma changes its ways and is way out in front of this, and they have the money to pay teachers. 2 words, teacher shortage. NSU graduated 2 science teachers in a recent class. So even if Bixby is way out in front of this, facilities and the state of Oklahoma money-wise, every district in the state right now is struggling with teacher shortage. So there's pressure from another direction that maybe we haven't thought about. So I look at this and I just think a lot of strain and a lot of pressure is aimed at Bixby public schools, whether that's directly or indirectly. It's indirect, but I don't know, it's very, very concerning.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Emmons?
I'm going to keep it short because I need a potty break. But as a member of the National Homeboard Association and a leader at the national level, I have a lot of sympathy for what you guys are doing. I feel your pain, but I echo my councilman's concerns and the concerns of our citizens. I don't think it's the right project at the right time.
I would say, as a council person whose phone number is widely available, who spends a lot of time on this, right now, there's a lot of discussion around the challenges that HOA presidents are having right now is quite unique. The biggest things I think that are happening in Jenks is, and in all fairness, there are neighborhoods that are amenity rich, that are older, that are absolutely paralyzed with the inability to deal with the situation of rentals. I have expressed to this gentleman here and to our city attorney, there may not be a law to support this. I'm not really sure how your HOA can limit that. There's this pesky little thing called the United States Constitution and private property rights and all sorts of things, and I certainly understand the need to sell a home, and when you can't, it's just so tempting to find, if somebody comes along and wants to rent your house, I get it, I really do. But I can tell you a lot of my time is spent on dealing with HOAs that are just broken, and they're begging for help, and I don't know that I can solve their problem, and I don't know that my city attorney or my city planner, I do know we are willing to have the discussion, and maybe Jenks needs to take the lead on this. It seems like one of the primary concerns is the size of the home, and is it a target for outside investment? I get it, I really do, and I don't have an answer for it, and it's outside of my scope of expertise, but I think we can figure out how to solve those. I share a lot of these concerns. I think, frankly, my biggest concern here is we're dipping below an RS3 line, and I don't know that we ever have. I've been here for 7 years. Craig, you've been here with me the whole time. I don't know that we've done this before. The HOA concerns that I hear right now with neighborhoods that are with homes that are larger, more expensive, with resort-style pools and giant ponds and walking trails, they're all suffering. And the homeowners, they live in California, they live in New York, there seems to be a lot of Illinois, there's lots of trends. I don't know where these people are. We try to make contact with them and we can't find them. We are dealing with renters. There's quite a few of them, and I think maybe this looks like a potential future exacerbation of that problem. And it's a problem that I don't know that we went how to solve, so I won't talk about it too much more than that. But I think to Mr. Short's perspective, the proximity is really a challenge here. And I'm not saying there's not maybe the challenge here or the concern is just where this is located. So, Mr. Roach, you've come back, so I clearly think you want to tackle some of these things, and this certainly.
Yes, so what I would be willing to offer to assuage some of those concerns is I would be willing to substitute out the current language within the PUD to match and conform to the city's own base RS3 standards for bulk and dimensionality. That would put us squarely with what the city has already said that is acceptable within its own standards, and we would match that and hopefully assuage your concern, Mr. Mayor, about that. So I could, in that event, if that was acceptable to this council, that would be 45-foot lots as we discussed. We've got 40% of our lots that are over that 45-foot wide lot criteria and 60% that are under, that we would match what the city has as its own standards in that scenario.
Okay, thank you. To honor your request, Mr. Emmons, do we need a break? We need a break? This is the logical time. Do you want one? Yes. All right. Okay, it's, I don't know, 9:37. We'll try to be back in somewhere near quarter after. Council, do not discuss this with any residents during your break, please, or anyone else for that matter. Is Robert gone? I was actually gonna. Yeah. I'm still waiting.
I saw Robert go upstairs.
Okay. Yeah, all right. I was gonna ask Robert a question about that lift station down there, but, council, any other comments? Okay, so we need to get to a motion, and given the extreme amount of work everybody's put in here tonight, I'm going to ask for a motion in a second. I'm going to call for a debate on the motion for Robert's Rules of Orders. We don't always do that, but given the investment that everybody's made here tonight, I think we can do that, just in case one of you doesn't like the motion, but I think we, given the time and the amount of energy we put in here, I think we might be at that place. Not necessarily looking for an explanation, but a motion for approval, disapproval, that's all we need. I don't want to put you under any, yeah.
I make a motion to deny ordinance 1647 related to JZ 24 PUD 149.
Second.
Okay, we have a proper motion and a second for denial of item number 3. Is there any debate on the motion? Seeing that there's no debate, keep in mind that your vote yes is in the affirmative, is that you are agreeing to the denial of the application. So yes is a no. I think you guys get how that goes. Mr. Macy?
Emmons?
Yes.
Murray?
Yes.
Klein? Yes. Short?
Yes.
Mayor Box?
Yes. I appreciate everyone's time. And to ratify, item number 4 is the emergency clause for ordinance 1647. Motion in a second, please, if we have one. Oh, that's for there. Okay, never mind, we're withdrawing. Okay, item number 5. We'll wait for the room to clear.
Okay. No, we appreciate it.
And patient, we are going to move forward in the agenda to item number 10. Item 10 is the consideration and appropriate action relating to resolution 839, a resolution of the City of Jenks approving action taken by the Jenks Public Works Authority, authorizing issuance, sale, and delivery of a promissory note of the authority to the Oklahoma Water Resources Board, ratifying and confirming a lease agreement as amended, approving and authorizing execution of a sales tax agreement by and between the city and the authority pertaining to a year-to-year pledge of certain sales tax revenue and containing other provisions related thereto. We are on page 330, and we welcome back our friend Mr. Ellis. How are you, sir?
I'm very good, thank you. Nate Ellis with the Public Finance Law Group. Here tonight also is Chris Gander and Cam Bertelli from Bank of Oklahoma as your financial advisor. There's a companion resolution on the PWA agenda that would actually authorize the issuance of a debt obligation to the Water Resources Board. The city has to approve action taken by the authority, but I'll explain it to you now so you actually know what we're talking about. So proposal is to borrow about $8.34 million to fund several different water projects, including the replacement of the water line over the pedestrian bridge, a citywide water model master plan, design and construction of 121st Street water line extension, and design and construction of 91st Street water line improvements. So the resolution on the authority side and then matching on the city side approves a note in the amount of not to exceed $8,950,000. That's a parameter. It approves an interest rate of not to exceed 6.5%. And a maturity date of 30 years going out to October of 2054. This will actually be a part of a package of Water Resources Board loans. The Water Board is a state agency that provides water and sewer funding to cities all across the state. I don't believe Jenks has ever utilized the Water Resources Board, but in this instance, it represents the best cost of funds to the city. But it will actually, this loan would actually be part of about $110 to $115 million water board bond issue. So Edmond's borrowing about $70 million, Broken Arrow's borrowing about $20 million, Jenks about $8 or $9 million, Rogers Sewer District is borrowing $10 million, and a couple other communities that are borrowing $2 million each. So there's some great benefit, just the size of the issue. And the rates, the water board's a AAA rated entity, so they're able to get the lowest rates that are available in the market. When we were initially talking, we looked at over a 30-year term. This looked like it'd be about a $533,000 annual payment in debt service, and the rate would be about 4.65. Where rates actually stand today, it's probably closer to about a 4.35% average rate, and the annual payment would be closer to about $510,000. So, and I don't think we anticipate rates going up significantly in the near future. However, the rates would actually be established when the water board prices their bonds. So, the water board will take an application from Jenks if this is all approved. They'll consider that application at their September board meeting. The water board would price their bonds, and that's when the rate would actually be established and the principal maturities and everything on or about September 25th, and then we would close October 9th, and funds would be available for Robert and his crew to start moving on the projects.
And Nate, I would just say that I don't know that this list of projects, I don't think we included it in the agenda, but we'll post this on our website so that the residents can see what this is for.
And these are what the city projects as the initial priority projects. There is a great deal amount of flexibility with the water board in these, so if there's a different project potentially that needed to move forward, I mean, there's the ability to work with the Water Resources Board to modify the project, or if there's money left over to be able to allocate it to a different water or sewer project.
Thank you, Nate. Any questions for Nate? Well, we have them here, Council. Mr. Short.
For just crazy reason, can we refinance these, or can these take early payoff?
Yes, so our anticipation is that it will be a 7-year call provision on the bonds. So October of 2031, it could potentially be October of 2032, and that'll market conditions. If it costs a lot of money to get that extra year, but that'll be a water board level decision, but we've kind of pushed them in recent times. Let's make the call as short as we can without it making it really expensive.
So the city of Jenks can make an independent decision and pay our 8.9 million off early?
Yes, absolutely.
And
Pay it off and/or refinance it if the opportunity is available.
And we've even done, like with the Aquarium bonds, we had a call date of 2024, and then we refinanced and issued new debt in like 2021 and held the extra cash until we could actually call the bonds. So, I mean, I think we have a lot of flexibility.
Yeah. I just didn't know because of the syndication nature of this, that if we could pay our piece off and.
Yeah, you would have the ability to pay your piece off independent. You'd be subject to whatever the.
Yeah, whatever
call
the market
protection is, But yes, you can
issues
make your
are. Yeah,
decision
sure.
at that point independent.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Of the other borrowers, yes.
Anything else, gentlemen? All right, just because this information wasn't made available previously, I'll read this quickly, just to give the public an idea. Design fees for the pedestrian bridge water line replacements, a 10-inch water line, $15,000 and change. To the pedestrian bridge water line replacement, $1.1 million. Design fees for pedestrian bridge inspection, $240,000 and change. Design fees for pedestrian bridge repair, $732,000. $1.4 million for the pedestrian bridge repair for span 16 through 17, $700,000 for a citywide water model or master plan, $62,000 and change for design fees for the 121st Street water line extension, $2.5 million for the 121st Street water line extension, $50,000 design fees for the 91st Street water line improvements, and $450,000 for the 91st Street water line improvements from Elwood Highway 75 with a contingency buffer of $1.8 million, total $8.3 million. This information will be
And we'll put
available at some point.
On the website.
Yeah, on our jinx.com.
And those are, I think the construction, Robert, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a few of the design ones that are already contracted by the city, but the others are all, they're engineer estimates of cost. They're not actual bid costs.
Okay. Last call, questions for Mr. Ellis? Mr. Shrout.
And I might add that we will have a similar item on the JPWA agenda. So if there's any questions, if we could ask now so that these guys can go back to Oklahoma City.
Yeah. Last call? Okay, very well. Thank you for Mr. Ellis. Back to council. Consideration, please.
I move to approve number 10 as is written.
Second.
Thank you both. We have a proper motion and a second. Item 10, Resolution 839. Let's vote, please.
Emmons?
Yes.
Murray?
Yes.
Klein? Yes. Short?
Yes.
Mayor Box?
Yes. Where are we off to now? Yes.
And if I could just say, we had planned to have item 9, which is the consideration for the resolution related to the fire station, and because we don't have a supermajority, Nate, we can't vote on this.
It requires 6 affirmative.
Yeah, so item 9 will come back to council, I guess, the first meeting in September, if.
Yeah, we'll communicate. What is the possibility? We don't know if we'll have 6. But we'll figure that out as we go. Yeah. Yeah. We'll have to pull some bench players, see what we can pull off. Okay, so we are moving back to, where are we, item 5? Item 5 is PA 24-30, a comprehensive planned land use map amendment from medium intensity single family to local commercial, the general location being 1123 West Main Street. We're on page 293. And Mrs. Hilton, how are you?
Great.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council, and staff. I'll make the next 3 items fairly painless. This is a cleanup. The zoning was approved July the 2nd. In the Planning Commission meeting, there was discussion about whether or not the comp plan was needed. It was needed. Therefore, we are here tonight. So we are requesting medium-intensity single-family be changed to local commercial at 1123 West Main Street for a structure that has been used as an office for over 10 years.
And no concerns on your part?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Hilton. We are on item 5. Any questions from council? Mr. Emmons? All right, any questions on my left? Item 5. Very well. We can entertain a motion, please.
Motion to approve the comprehensive plan land use of 1123 West Main Street.
Second.
Thank you. Proper motion is second. Item 5. Let's vote, please.
Emmons?
Yes.
Murray?
Yes.
Klein? Yes. Short?
Yes.
Mayor Box?
Yes. Item 6, very similar. PA 24-33, a comprehensive plan land use map amendment from medium intensity to single family to local commercial. General location this time is at 938 West C Street, page 298. Mrs. Hilton.
Yes, thank you. This item is on C Street, but it also fronts or has property along Ivy and Main Street. It has been used for many years as a residential use with a studio. She wanted to expand the studio, and that's when we realized that she needed a comp plan amendment. So we're requesting medium-intensity single-family be changed to local commercial, and her zoning is already office medium, so we're just matching the current zoning.
Thank you, Ms. Hilton. Questions from council on my left? Mr. Emmons?
What kind of studio? Art studio?
Art, yes.
All right. Thank you. No further questions. We can entertain a motion on item 6.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Thank you, gentlemen. Proper motion is second. Item 6. Vote, please.
Emmons?
Yes.
Murray?
Yes.
Klein?
Yes.
Short?
Yes.
Mayor Box?
Yes. Item 7 is PA 24-34, a comprehensive planned land use map amendment from medium intensity single family to local commercial. General location is 131st at Harvard, page 302. Mrs. Hilton.
Thank you, Mayor Box. This request is PA 24-34 and PA 24-35. And if you look on page 303 of your packet, there was previously a request to rezone to medium-intensity single-family, or to change the comp plan to medium, to rezone with a PUD. Currently, that whole area is medium-intensity, and the hard corner is local commercial. And what we found with the last couple of developers who have looked at this property, that hard corner right here, where it says 8.76 acres, is always drainage, like the water just naturally goes there. So I'm just asking you to move that 8.6 acres, and we're gonna put about 10 acres adjacent to the 2.68 acres that already exist.
So this session, the planning commission just decided to do a swap of the land.
It'll be adjacent to 131st, so it would be right here. And the planning commission basically said match what's on the other side. So you have commercial here, and we're just gonna put it right here.
Okay, very well. I think everyone on council hopefully had the opportunity to watch the planning commission meeting. It was basically a one-for-one swap for the most part. Any other comments, Mrs. Hilton?
No, sir.
Questions from council on my left? Mr. Emmons?
Just the same 8.7 acres.
Well, that's,
Currently, it's about 8 acres. We're just asking for 10. I just thought I'd round it up to an even.
power lines are there too, aren't they?
On that left side, they're beyond that.
Are they? Okay. Very well. We're on item 7. We can entertain a motion if you.
Motion to approve is presented.
Second.
Thank you both. Proper motion second. Let's vote, please.
Emmons?
Yes.
Murray?
Yes.
Klein? Yes. Short?
Yes.
Mayor Box?
Yes, sir. Item 8 is PA 24-35, a comprehensive planned land use map amendment from local commercial to medium intensity single family. General location is 131st and Kimberly Clark Place. I'm very sorry you didn't get a long enough break. Welcome back. What page is?
Sorry, it's the same land use.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's where we're swapping, so
Understood. Okay. Everybody clear? All right.
Make a motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Thank you both. We have a proper motion, a second. Item 8, PA 24-35.
Emmons?
Yes.
Murray?
Yes.
Klein?
Yes.
Short?
Yes.
Mayor Box?
Yes, sir. We've already discussed item 9. We're going to delay until the next meeting. It's concerning the financing for fire station across the street. And we simply don't have enough humans here tonight to take action. So item number 9, we will defer. And we have already discussed item 10. We are now on item 11. Authorize city manager to proceed with the purchase of fire department apparatus, which is a vehicle, from Pierce Manufacturing pursuant to quote provided and to execute a purchase agreement subject to the city attorney's approval and the appropriation of funds. This is page 352. We're talking about big red trucks with big ladders. Mr. Shroud.
So the fire chief informed me that Pierce is now, I think, 48 months out on, once we authorize a purchase of a vehicle, of it being constructed and ready for service. And so he's trying to get out in front of this and lock in this price. And so I believe they finance this deal, and so no money would be spent until, I believe, the delivery. And so it's really saying we're going to spend this money in 4 years.
Okay. Chief, is the 48-month expectation a post-COVID thing, or you don't, okay. Or does this typically take 4 years to make one of these? Prior to
Member
COVID?
Council, yes. Unfortunately, there's a couple things that are happening with fire apparatus. Some of it's COVID supply issues. Other is COVID money, CARES Act. There's a lot of cities that had no funding that suddenly had funding to buy apparatus. And also, there's been a significant decrease in the number of manufacturers and the quality of manufacturers that are out there. Pierce, being the premier manufacturer, has gotten the bulk of those orders. And so all those challenges together have come together to create the current delays. Like the last time we ordered trucks that we just assigned the ladder and the engine, that was a 2-year process. So we're expecting similar things to that, but we were informed, unfortunately, when we arrived up there, they said it's now 4 years from contract signed to and getting a truck delivered. So, and that's a challenge when we're looking at an average life of an engine. First due engine should be 5 years and 5 years reserve. But for 4 years out and buying a new truck, we need to be in that process early. So.
Understood. Thank you, Chief. Any questions for the chief while we have him?
Is the
Mr.
cost?
Murray? I'm sorry, Mr. Emmons.
If the vehicle's not going to deliver for 4 years, cost is locked in at this price when you sign a contract?
Yes, that's the benefit of this. We're locking this price, so there's actually a price increase that Pierce has delayed for us because of the council meetings being changed. August 1st, there was another 1.5% price increase that they put into effect. But with the council being delayed, they agreed to extend this price to this meeting for us to get that pricing. So there are some things that there's always incidentals that happen, like when we just went up to Pierce and did finalize our last rescue that we purchased. There's things that change, so obviously we're locking in things today at 4 years from now. If we make a change in 4 years and we go up there and change it, those changes are reflected in the new pricing. So this has some contingency built into it as is allowed per the bid process. So we don't have that big bill if we come back to you and say, okay, we need to change this particular feature is no longer available. So we're building those in as well. So this should be a finalized price or less, actually, when we get done with it.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Emmons. Mr. Murray?
Mine was just about
Sorry, mine was just seeing if we beat the increase and they prolonged it for us. Thank you.
Yeah, right. All right, if there's no one else, item 11.
Make a motion that we approve item 11 to authorize
It's good enough.
the city manager to proceed with the purchase of the fire apparatus equipment.
Thank
Second.
you. All right, we have proper motion, second, item 11. Let's vote, please.
Emmons?
Yes.
Murray?
Yes.
Klein?
Yes.
Short?
Yes.
Mayor Box?
Yes, moving on, city manager's report, Mr. Shroud.
The mall opened.
Thank you, Chris.
Police, fire, public works, everyone, the inspection team, everybody on city staff did an amazing job. We had a great grand opening event, and it's been very smooth so far, and I really appreciate staff's work.
Thank you, Mr. Strout. And Chief, I think he stole a little bit of your thunder, but given the time tonight, would you mind if I asked you to give us a summary of the last 2 weeks? Can we wait and call it a 30-day summary? I think you probably have more data by then. Sound fair? Great, thank you very much. Any council committee reports, anybody? Mr. Strout? Excuse me, Mr. Short?
I mean, we don't have this is not an official Economic Development Committee meeting, but I want to applaud police, fire. The traffic was seamless. The communication was excellent. Everyone understood what was going on. Yes, we had people who were new to the city that didn't know all the ins and outs, but all in all, I went through there. I've been through there probably 25 times in the last 4 days, and it's amazing how smooth everything is. So I applaud you all for all your efforts. But back to the economic development, it's been fascinating now that mall is open. I've had 4 meetings with developers in the last week, and they are all extremely excited because now we've got this big hurdle past us. The demand is obviously now set. It's clear there's huge demand, and they're very interested in coming to Jenks and spending a lot of money. And so it's going to be very exciting over the next 2-3 years how much redevelopment is going to come into the city, and very excited to look forward to that progress.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Mr. Murray?
Public Safety Committee, just briefly, I attended the fire department's graduation. So thrilled that we've got the 9 new firemen. That really helps. And I know that Chief Jackson has introduced us to a couple of new ones tonight, but they're still working on improving that because we approved increasing the officer capacity also.
Thank you. All right.
I got one.
Hold on just a second. Would you mind, residents have asked us if any one of you, I've got 3 people probably qualified here, could you explain briefly, I was going to push this, but the super majority versus the majority when we're talking about it. We've had to delay votes in the last couple of weeks due to not having enough people here. Is there a high-level summary that you could, maybe super majority for average people like me, that you could help explain if you don't mind?
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention, didn't know you were calling on me.
Yeah.
So for purposes of debt, in the public trust statutes, there are specific requirements as to the approval of a debt. So it's not a normal majority vote. Ordinarily, to approve debt, you have to have a 2/3 majority of the body of that. And you can't count, like if there's a vacant seat, that doesn't count. So if 7 people, you've got to have 5 out of 7 to make a 2/3 majority. When we approve what we call a negotiated debt, which would be the fire station loan, as opposed to a governmental obligation, you have to approve it by a 75% supermajority. So that means you've got to have 6 out of 7 of the city and of the authority voting in favor of it to approve it. So it's a statutory requirement to do it that way. So that's it. I mean, we have to have 6 people in order to validly approve the vote or validly approve the debt for that. But again, different standard for a water resources board because it's a governmental obligation. It only requires that 2/3.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Appreciate you. I too want to say, if you don't mind, Chief Stone is the chief at the school, right? Please extend our thanks to him and Light Horse and anybody else that helped make this happen. I think it was,
Sheriff.
Yeah, it was really, really good. Yeah. And I think you had expressed that publicly.
Yeah, I tried my best.
Oh.
I mean, the Muskogee Creek Nation was awesome.
Yeah.
Sheriff County was awesome.
Yeah.
It was truly, I applaud getting all those different bodies together. That was fantastic.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and yield the balance of my time to Councilor Klein. Coach, what do you got for us?
I just wanted to brag on Jenks Public Works and Engineering. There was a little issue with River Oaks and a project they had that had been delayed for quite some weeks and months. And with a little bit of communication, everything's moving along in a good process. So just wanted to brag on those departments for getting with River Oaks on their little delay.
Ariel?
Well, then if we're going to do that, I want to applaud Mr. Carr and getting a hold of Public Works to come out. When ONG came and was relining the pipes along 116th off of Elm and across Elm Street, I guess someone inadvertently left some pipes in several locations. Someone decided to put a plastic bag over one of them and then put a rock on top to keep the plastic bag. Well, I guess it'd been there so long, somebody drew a face on it, and it looked like a person standing there. And somebody at the church asked me about it, and so I reached out to Mr. Carr, and the next day, all those pipes were removed. So thank you, and Public Works.
I've seen that little scarecrow. I just thought it was leftover from Halloween.
It's gone.
Oh, that's very good. Okay. I think bottom line is, you guys did a great job. Thank you. Appreciate you very much, and please extend our thanks to your partners in the community, the county, and the Muskogee Nation for their help. Anyone else? Last call from council before we adjourn and move on to the next. All right, very well. The time is 10:15. We'll call this an adjournment. And without further we will proceed with the Jenks Public Works Authority. Mr. Macy, if you could please call us to order.
Emmons?
Yes.
OJ? Murray?
Here.
Brown? Klein? Present. Short?
Here.
Chairbox.
Here, item number 1 of our general business is the consideration and appropriate action relating to request for approval of tonight's consent agenda.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Thank you, gentlemen. We have a proper motion and a second on item 1. Mr. Macy.
Emmons?
Yes.
Murray?
Yes.
Klein?
Yes.
Short?
Yes.
Chairbox.
Yes, item 2 will pull. Moving on to item 3 is the consideration and appropriate action relating to resolution number 2024-03, a resolution of the Jenks Public Works Authority authorizing the issuance of a promissory note. Oh, this is the, this is the one that, my apologies. We are going to go, this was related to the item on the city council agenda that we are going to, move for the next meeting. So we will skip item 3 for the moment. Moving on to item 4. Item 4 is consideration and appropriate action relating to a resolution number 2024-04, resolution of the Jenks Public Works Authority authorizing a loan from the Oklahoma Water Resources Board in the total aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $8,950,000, approving the issuance of a promissory note in the total aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $8.95 million secured by a pledge of revenues, and authorizing its execution, designing a local trustee, approving and authorizing the execution of a supplemental note indenture, approving and authorizing the execution of a loan agreement, ratifying and confirming a lease agreement as amended, approving and authorizing execution of a sales tax agreement by and between the city of Jenks and the borrower pertaining to a year-to-year pledge of certain sales tax revenue, approving and authorizing a note purchase agreement, approving various covenants, approving and authorizing payment of fees and expenses, approving and authorizing application to the Oklahoma Water Resources Board, approving and authorizing professional services agreements, and containing other provisions relating thereto. This is the item we discussed earlier. Is there any more questions for either Mr. Schroeder or Nate, or, excuse me, Mr. Ellis, while we have him here?
Any more questions? Charlotte?
No, we're going to close.
Good,
Good.
good.
All right.
That's what, good.
Okay, any questions from council? All right, very well. Item 4, consideration, please.
Make a motion to approve item 4 as written.
Second.
Thank you, gentlemen. Proper motion and second. Item 4, let's vote, please.
Emmons?
Yes.
Murray?
Yes.
Klein?
Yes.
Short?
Yes.
Chairbox.
Yes, Mr. Shroud, anything else?
No, sir.
Last call from council on my right, Mr. Emmons.
I just want to say thanks, Chief. You guys did good.
Thank you, sir. Any last call from council on my left?
Real quick, the engineering update on Main Street looks like kind of end of August will be, is that, Chris, how I'm reading this? Contract
For Main Street?
Yes.
I thought it was September.
Okay.
He- no.
End of September?
Mid to end of September.
Okay, thank you.
Remember, he did, yeah,
Nearing.
yeah, be beginning or ending. Last call from council. Your microphone on, sir.
Okay, I got a
Mr. Klein.
couple things. And along the lines of communication, in the last year plus, there's been a lot of engagement online about the city of Jenks, about the council and things like that. Tonight, I thought we saw a great engagement with our citizenry. And it was proper, healthy debate. And that's what I encourage people to do when they get online, because there's a number of groups that seem to push some divisiveness and maybe even sometimes some baseless accusations, whether it be against the council, the mayor, whoever. And I can attest to that in more than one instance. For example, when I ran for this spot almost 4 years ago, I was accused of being a racist online. And most recently, and it's not by anyone in this room, but there's people that jump in these various Facebook groups, and they may be labeled, Jenks for safety, Jenks for smart growth, various coalitions, but there's constantly being new members added. And you may see a wild comment such as, the whole council's corrupt, vote them all out, and then here we go on a wild thread. So I would just like to encourage our citizenry to engage in proper, healthy debate that is fact-based and not just wild tangents that spin off into nowhere. Because I can tell you right now, from my position, I have not benefited financially from this spot. Matter of fact, it has cost me money to be in this spot. And it has cost me a tremendous amount of time as well. And speaking of time, I have a 9th grader, I have a 6th grader. They are crazy busy with their sports, their church, their school activities. And so it is at this time that I'm going to pledge to spend more time with my family, and I'm going to resign this seat for Ward 4. And so it's very difficult, but I have to say, I have really enjoyed working with the staff, with this council, past council members, even our local congressman. It's just been wonderful serving the city. So with that, Mayor, I bid you adieu. I will be resigning officially tonight, effective at the close of our meeting. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. You are, regardless of whatever's happened, you are one of the more honorable people that's ever been here. Our residents love you. Everybody calls you coach. You've been a mentor, and frankly, if we can give you more time to bless kids and grow up strong young men or women or whoever you're coaching and be a positive influence, I hate to see you leave, but I'm happy for where you're going. And we'll really, really miss you. Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I got a little emotional. You don't have to. That's good.
Now we have that little 6 problem, don't we? Any, council, the floor is yours. If you want to say any goodbyes to Mr. Coach, you're more than welcome to.
Rodney, it's been great knowing you and getting to know you, and I'll see you at the football field, buddy.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. And that's a big part of it. Again, it's all about my kids, and my 9th grader is going to be playing every Tuesday night almost till November. And then so many other sports take over, and it's either I'm here or I'm with them. And I've got a small window of years to be with them right now. And I'm not stepping away forever, hopefully. Maybe in 4 to 8 years, I'll see what's out there. Because again, it's been an honor and a privilege serving Jenks.
Thank you.
Rodney, I mean, everything's been said. You've been fantastic. I remember when we agreed to run 3.5 years ago together, and we had breakfast at Hugo's, and we looked at each other like, what are we doing? But yeah, I think it's been a fantastic 3.5 years. I think we've accomplished so much, and you've been a big part of that. Like Mayor Box said. I applaud you for making this, you know, that's a courageous decision, but it's the right one. Because as you get older, I'm experiencing it, you know, your kids leave, and then, you know, you don't get those years back, and so enjoy it. It's a fleeting moment in life, frankly, and so just enjoy it, and you know, Godspeed, everything you're doing.
With that also being said, and the kudos to what everybody has said, and kind of like communications, I've been honored to sit on this council with you, and I'm very honored to call you a friend.
Thank you, sir.
That's fine. Yeah, on behalf of Coach Klein and Jinx City Council, what time is it, Coach?
10:26.
Your relieved of duty. We are adjourned.
Thank you, sir.